Beresheeth, Genesis, the Book of Beginnings, Chapter 1. In the beginning, Elohim powers created the Shamayim and the land. The land was desolate and chaotic, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Ruach of Elohim powers, set apart spirit, was fluttering over the face of the Ma'im. And Elohim powers said, Light be, and light was. And Elohim powers saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim powers separated the light from the darkness. Elohim powers called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So the evening and the morning were Yom Echad, day 1. And Elohim powers said, Expanse be in the middle of the Ma'im, and divide the Ma'im from the Ma'im, waters. Thus Elohim powers brought about the expanse, and divided the Ma'im which were under the expanse from the Ma'im which were above the expanse, and it was done. And Elohim powers called the expanse Shamayim, heavens. So the evening and the morning were Yom Shani, day 2. And Elohim powers said, Let the Ma'im under the Shamayim be collected together into one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so. And Elohim powers called the dry land earth, and the collecting together of the Ma'im he called seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim powers said, Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb that yields zerah, seed, and the fruit etz, tree, that yields fruit according to its kind, whose zerah is in itself upon the earth, and it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, the herb that yields zerah according to its kind, and the etz that yields fruit, whose zerah is in itself according to its kind. And Elohim powers saw that it was good. So the evening and the morning were Yom Shalishi, day 3. And Elohim powers said, Let there be lights in the expanse of the Shamayim to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for the Mawadim, celebrations appointed times, and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the expanse of the Shamayim to give light upon the earth, and it was so. And Elohim powers appointed and brought forth 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night, the stars. Elohim powers set them in the expanse of the Shamayim to give light on the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim powers saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were Yom Ravi, day 4. And Elohim powers said, Let the Ma'im abound with an abundance of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the face of the expanse of the Shamayim. And Elohim powers created great sea creatures, and every living thing that moves, with which the Ma'im abounded according to their kind, and every winged bird according to its kind. And Elohim powers saw that it was good. And Elohim powers allotted an increase for them, saying, Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the Ma'im in the seas, and let birds multiply on the earth. So the evening and the morning were Yom Chamishi, day 5. And Elohim powers said, Let the earth bring forth the living creatures according to their kind, cattle and crawling things and beasts of the earth, each according to their kind, and it was so. And Elohim powers brought forth the beasts of the earth according to their kind, cattle according to their kind, and everything that crawls on the earth according to their kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim powers said, Let us make humans in our image, according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every crawling thing that crawls on the earth. And Elohim powers created Ha-Adam in their own image. In the image of Elohim powers created male and female created them. And Elohim powers allotted an increase upon them. And Elohim powers said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves on the earth. And Elohim powers said, See, I have given you every herb that yields zerah, which is on the face of all the earth, and every etz, whose fruit yields zerah. To you it shall be for food. Also to every beast of the earth, to every bird of the air, and to everything that crawls on the earth, in which there is life, I have given every green herb for food. And it was so. And Elohim powers saw everything that had been made, and indeed it was very good. So the evening and the morning were Yom Hashishi, day 6. Please note that the days start sunrise and not from sunset, as we are told in verse 5 that Elohim called the light day, that is Yom in the Hebrew, for a sunrise day, and the day ends at night. So a day normally would run 24 hours sunrise to sunrise, but the night part is not counted, as no work was done at those times in the ancient days. Please also note that there is mistranslations in the other translations that are out there, such as a King James Version, where they translate verse 21 saying, And God created great whales. Actually, the text from the Hebrew word taninim, should translate to great sea creatures, which includes such creatures as dinosaurs and all the prehistoric creatures that we may have found in the seas. And note. Chapter 2. Thus the Shemaim and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And Elohim ceased from all work in the 7th day, because it was appointed as Yom Sabbath, day of rest, ceasing from all labor. And Elohim allotted an increase upon the 7th day, and set it apart, calling it Yom Shabbat, Sabbath day of rest, because that in it he had ceased from all his work which Elohim created, and that needed to be made. These are the generations of the Shemaim, and of the earth when they were created, in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the Shemaim, and every plant of the field before it was in the Adamah, ground, and every herb of the field before it grew, for Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the Adamah, stroke ground. And Adam was not to be a servant to the Adamah, in brackets woman. But there went up a vapor from the earth, and caused the water the complete face of Adamah, brackets woman. And Yahweh Elohim formed Ha-Adam of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and Ha-Adam became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and he led Ha-Adam there whom he had formed. And Yahweh Elohim transplanted and caused to grow every etz that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food, the acts of life also in the middle of the garden, and the acts of knowledge of good and evil. And a river, White Nile, goes out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it separated and became 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is which is round about the whole land of Havilah, Saudi Arabia, Africa, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon, Blue Nile. The same is that runs round about the whole land of Cush, Sudan, south of the river Nile, including Nubia, Ethiopia, and parts of East Africa. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, Tigris, that is which goes towards the east of Ashur, north Iraq, Mosul, an area of Assyria. And the fourth river is Farat, Euphrates, Turkey. And Yahweh Elohim led Ha-Adam and placed him into the garden of Eden to work and to guard it carefully. And Yahweh Elohim commanded Ha-Adam, saying, of every etz of the garden that you may freely eat, but of the etz of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it, for in the day that you eat there you shall surely die. And Yahweh Elohim said, it is not good that Ha-Adam had become alone. I will make him a helper before him. And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name of them. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found any helper for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took a khat of his side bones, and closed up the flesh there. And the side with the bone which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man, he made woman and brought to the man. And Adam said, at this reoccurrence, these standing in front of my face are bones of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. They shall be called Isha, woman, because these were taken out of her husband. Therefore shall a man leave his Av and his Im, mother, and shall cleave to his wives. And there shall be Achad, flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wives, and they were not ashamed. Please note several things in this chapter. That the trees were transplanted whole, that the earth was refilled, that the description of Havilah includes not only Arabia but also India. The description of Cush also includes India, which ruled all those lands in the ancient times. And note that the creation was centered within parts of Uganda, Africa. The first man was man of dark skin color, similar to an African man, similar looks. Some people may interpret that the first man was created perhaps in India. However, others would suggest that it was more likely regions that today are known as Africa or Northern Africa. We also see here Yahweh created the second woman and subsequent wives of Adam, because Adam's first wife was no longer with him, who was called Lilith. And we also notice that it is these subsequent wives that are not listed in here completely that were to produce offspring that would intermarry. So there was never incest between brother and sister. This is why the Hebrew is highly interesting, that speaks in plural and singular at times. End note. Chapter 3. Now the serpent had become more cunning than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made, and said to the woman, Also, even though Elohim has said, Do not eat of any etzim of the garden. And the woman said to the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the etzim of the garden, but of the fruit of the etz which is in the middle of the garden, Elohim has said, You shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest you die. And the serpent said to the woman, You shall not surely die. For Elohim does know that in the day you eat there, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the etz was good for food, and that it was pleasant to her eyes, and an etz to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit and ate. And she also took fruit for her husband apart from herself, and he also ate. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the thunder of Yahweh Elohim as he stepped through the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wives hid themselves from the face of Yahweh Elohim amongst the etzim of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called to Adam and said to him, Where are you? And he said, I heard your sound in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the etz, which I commanded you that you should not eat of it? And the man said, The wife whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the etz, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said to the woman, What is this that you have done? And the woman said, The serpent tricked me, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said to the serpent, Because you have done this, you are henceforth cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your descendants and her descendants. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. To the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow, and your conception. Your conception shall be painful to beget children, and your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall have authority over you. And to Adam he said, Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the etz of which I commanded you, saying, You shall not eat of it, cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow shall you eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face shall you eat lachem, till you return into the ground. For out of it were you taken, for dust you are, and into dust you shall return. And Adam named his wives Chava, because these were the mother of all human life. To Adam also and to his wives did Yahweh Elohim made robes of skin, and clothed them. And Yahweh Elohim said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the etz of life, and eat and live forever. Therefore Yahweh Elohim expelled him from the garden of Eden, to till the ground from where he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the etz of life. Please note that the serpent that enticed Chava, the wife of Adam, the serpent herself was the first wife of Adam, Lilith. And so, notwithstanding, she wanted to destroy Adam and Adam's family, hence why she came back from her rebellion. Although she was still in rebellion, married to the angel, she had taken a vow to destroy Adam's children. Hence why she came to deceive Hawa, which she did, and then the enmity continues to this day. Lilith is very real, and today, unfortunately, many women carry the spirit of Lilith. All the women that don't follow their husbands today, don't obey the Torah, don't submit to the laws of Yahweh, they live in the spirit of Lilith. Hence why we see today many divorces and many homes are broken as a result of the rebellion in the household. So it is imperative that everyone that is of the children of Israel and wants to serve the God of Israel, wants to be part of Israel, even if they are not the biological seed of Abraham, they can still receive redemption in Yahweh by living in the Torah and being obedient to the voice of Yahweh, Elohim. End note. Chapter 4. And Adam knew Hawa his wife, and she conceived, and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man, Yahweh. And she continued to give birth to his brother, Havel, and Havel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering to Yahweh, and Havel he also brought of the Becheroth of his flock, and of the fat there. And Yahweh had respect for Havel and for his offering, but for Cain and to his offering he had no respect. And Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said to Cain, Why are you angry, and why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall it not be accepted? And if you do not do well, transgression lies at your door, and to you shall be its desire, and you shall rule over it. And Cain talked with Heber his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Heber his brother, and killed him. And Yahweh said to Cain, Where is Heber your brother? And he said, I do not know. Am I my brother's protector? And he said, What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall not continue to yield to you her full strength. A wanderer and a mover you shall be in the earth. And Cain said to Yahweh, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the land, and from your face shall I be hid, and I shall be a wanderer and a mover in the earth. And it shall come to pass that anyone that finds me shall kill me. And Yahweh said to him, Therefore, whosoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him before his set time. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Hanoch, and he builded a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Hanoch. And to Hanoch was born Irad, and Irad begat Methuel, and Methuel begat Methusiel, and Methusiel begat Lamech. And Lamech took to him 2 wives. The name of one was Adah, and the name of the other Zillah. And Adah bare Yoval. He was the Av of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Yuval. He was the Av of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Zillah she also bare Tubal-Cain, an instructor in every instrument of brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said to his wives, Adah and Zillah, Hear my voice, You wives of Lamach, hearken to my speech, for I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamach 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son, and called his name Sheth. For Elohim said, She has appointed me another Zerah instead of Havel, whom Cain murdered. And to Sheth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enosh. Then men profaned while calling upon the name of Yahweh. Chapter 5. This is a scroll of the generation of Adam. In the day that Elohim created Adam, he made him in the likeness of Elohim. He created them male and female, and increased them, and called their name Adam, in the day they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begot a son in his own likeness, after his image, and named him Sheth. After he begot Sheth, the days of Adam were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. So all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. Sheth lived 105 years, and begot Enosh. After he begot Enosh, Sheth lived 807 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Sheth were 912 years, and he died. Enosh lived 90 years, and begot Kenan. After he begot Kenan, Enosh lived 815 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. Kenan lived 70 years, and begot Mahalalel. After he begot Mahalalel, Kenan lived 840 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Kenan were 910 years, and he died. Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begot Yared. After he begot Yared, Mahalalel lived 830 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Mahalalel were 890 years, and he died. Yared lived 162 years, and begot Hanoch. After he begot Hanoch, Yared lived 800 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Yared were 962 years, and he died. Hanoch lived 65 years, and begot Methuselah. And Hanoch walked with Elohim after he begat Methuselah 300 years, and begat sons and daughters. So all the days of Hanoch were 365 years. And Hanoch walked with Elohim, and he was no more, but he was carried away by Elohim. Methuselah lived 187 years, and begot Lamach. After he begot Lamach, Methuselah lived 782 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamach lived 182 years, and begot a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, This one will comfort us concerning our work, and the toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahweh has cursed. After he begot Noah, Lamach lived 595 years, and begot sons and daughters. So all the days of Lamach were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Chapter 6. Now it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. And Yahweh said, My Ruach shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were Nephilim, fallen ones, on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of Elohim came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men, who were of old, men of name. Then Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And Yahweh took pity, nevertheless, observing man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. So Yahweh said, I will destroy man, whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, crawling things and birds of the air, for it is a pity that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of Yahweh. This is a genealogy of Noah. Noah was a right-ruling man, complete in his generations. Noah walked with Elohim, and Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. So Elohim looked upon the earth, and indeed it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. And Elohim said to Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make rooms in the ark, and cover it inside and outside with pitch. And this is how you shall make it. The length of the ark shall be 450 feet, its width 75 feet, and its height 45 feet. You shall make a window for the ark, and you shall finish it to 18 inches from the roof, and set the door of the ark in its side. You shall make it with lower, second, and third decks. And behold, I myself am bringing flood of Ma'im on the earth, to destroy from under Shemaim all flesh, in which is a breath of life. Everything that is on the earth shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall go into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of the birds after their kind, of animals after their kind, and of every crawling thing of the earth after its kind. 2 of every kind will come to you to keep them alive. And you shall take for yourself of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to yourself, and if it shall be food for you and for them. Thus Noah did, according to all that Elohim commanded him, so he did. Chapter 7. Then Yahweh said to Noah, Come into the ark, you and your entire household, because I have seen that you are right ruling before me in this generation. You shall take with you 7 each of every clean animal, a male and his female, 2 each of animals that are unclean, a male and his female. Also 7 each of birds of the air, male and female, to keep the species alive on the face of all the earth. For after 7 more days I will cause it to rain on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and I will destroy from the face of the earth all living things that I have made. And Noah did according to all that Yahweh commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood of Ma'im were on the earth. So Noah with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives went into the ark because of the Ma'im of the flood, of clean animals, of animals that are unclean, of birds, and of everything that crawls on the earth. 2 by 2 they went into the ark, to Noah, male and female. So Elohim had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the Ma'im of the flood were on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, On that day all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of Shamaim were opened, and the rain was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On the very same day Noah and Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them entered the ark. They and every beast after its kind, all cattle after their kind, every crawling creature that crawls on the ground after its kind, and every bird after its kind, every bird of every sort. And they went into the ark to Noah, 2 by 2 of all flesh, in which is a breath of life. So those that entered, male and female of all flesh, went in as Elohim had commanded him, and Yahweh shut him in. Now the flood was on the earth 40 days. The Mayim increased, and lifted up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. The Mayim prevailed, and greatly increased on the earth, and the ark moved about on the surface of the Mayim. And the Mayim prevailed exceedingly on the earth, and all the high hills under the whole Shamaim were covered. The Mayim rose more than 20 feet above the mountains, and all flesh died that moved on the earth, birds and cattle and beasts, and every crawling creature that crawls on the earth, and all men, all in whose nostrils was a breath of the Ruach of life, all that was on the dry land died. So he destroyed all living things which were on the face of the earth, both man and cattle, crawling creatures and birds of the air. They were destroyed from the earth. Only Noah and those who were with him in the ark remained alive. And the Mayim prevailed on the earth 150 days. Please note that when the ark doors were about to be shut, the local people all came, and they said to Noah that we will not let you shut the doors, and we will destroy you and the ark if you don't let us in. At that point, the God of Israel summoned the wild animals that hadn't entered the ark, and they then attacked those people, and as those then people left, fleeing for their lives from the attacking animals, that is when the ark doors were shut, and Noah was able to leave safely. End comment. Chapter 8. Then Elohim remembered Noah and every living thing, and all the animals that were with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the Mayim subsided. The fountains of the deep and the windows of Shamaim were also stopped, and the rain from the Shamaim was restrained, and the Mayim receded continually from the earth. At the end of the 150 days the Mayim decreased. Then the ark rested in the 7th month, the 17th day of the month, beside the mountain of Ararat. And the Mayim decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. So it came to pass, at the end of 40 days, that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. Then he sent out a raven, which kept going to and fro, until the Mayim had dried up from the earth. He also sent out from himself a dove to see if the Mayim had receded from the face of the land. But the dove found no resting place for the sole of her foot, and she returned into the ark to him, for the Mayim were on the face of the whole land. So he put out his hand and took her and drew her into the ark to himself. And he waited yet another 7 days, and again he sent the dove out from the ark. Then the dove came to him in the evening, and behold, a freshly plucked olive leaf was in her mouth. And Noah knew that the Mayim had receded from the earth. So he waited yet another 7 days, and sent out the dove, which did not return any more to him. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, that the Mayim were dried up from the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and indeed the surface of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, the land was dried. Then Elohim spoke to Noah, saying, Go out of the ark, you and your wife, and your sons wives with you. Bring out with you every living thing of all flesh that is with you, birds and cattle and every crawling creature that crawls on the earth, so that they may abound on the earth and be fruitful and multiply on the earth. So Noah went out, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him. Every animal, every crawling creature, every bird, and whatever crawls on the earth, according to their mishpachot, went out of the ark. Then Noah built an altar to Yahweh, and took of every clean animal and of every clean bird, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a soothing aroma. Then Yahweh said in his heart, I will never again curse the earth for man's sake, although the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth, nor will I again destroy every living thing as I have done, while the earth remains seed time and harvest and cold and heat and winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease. Now please note that the mountain that is described as Ar-Arat, not Ararat, and the correct word could also be Hararat, and this mountain is not as proclaimed by many scholars to be in Turkey or in Iran. One hypothesis that is given is that this mountain is a mountain that is described as Hararat, maybe a shaking mountain, a mountain that is basically seen to be in the land of Africa. So this potentially takes us to certain conclusions that the mountain, if it was in Africa, perhaps close to the Lake Chad, and then the Noah would have rested near Lake Chad, which used to be sea at one time. So therefore, this is why today we see many animals, all different varieties of animals, more so in Africa than we do in Turkey. End note. Chapter 9. So Elohim increased Noah and his sons, and said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be on every beast of the earth, on every bird of the air, on all that moves on the earth, and all the fish of the seas. They are given into your hand. All moving animals that have life shall be food for you. I have given you all things, even as the green herbs. But you shall not eat flesh with its life, that is, its blood. Surely for your lifeblood I will demand a reckoning. From the hand of every beast I will require it, and from the hand of man, from the hand of every man's brother, I will require the life of man. Whoever shed man's blood, by man his blood shall be shed, for in the images of Elohim he made man. And as for you, be fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply in it. Then Elohim spoke to Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And as for me, behold, I establish my covenant with you and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the cattle, and every beast of the earth with you, of all that go out of the ark, every beast of the earth. And thus I will establish my covenant with you. Never again shall all flesh be cut off by the ma'im of the flood. Never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth. And Elohim said, This is a sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I set my rainbow in the cloud, and it shall be for the sign of the covenant between me and in the earth. It shall be, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the rainbow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. The ma'im shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. The rainbow shall be in the cloud, and I will look on it to remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. And Elohim said to Noah, this is a sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is on the earth. Now the sons of Noah went out of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham was the Av of Canaan. These three were the sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth was repopulated. And Noah began to be a farmer, and he planted a vineyard. Then he drank of the wine and was drunk, and became uncovered in her tent. And Ham, the Av of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his Av, and told his two brothers outside. And he, Shem, took with Japheth a garment, laid it on both their shoulders, and went backward and covered the nakedness of their Av. Their faces were turned away, and they did not see their Av's nakedness. So Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done to him. Then he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants, he shall be to his brethren. And he said, Benevolent is Yahweh, the power of Shem, and Canaan will become his servant. Elohim will allow Japheth to be deceived, and he will dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan will become his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. So all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Please note, this idea that is presented here, the story of Noah, where it says that his nakedness was visible, and his two sons, Shem and Japheth, covered his nakedness. We are not talking about a naked man lying in his tent. He was lying in the tent of his wife. That's why it mentions the word her, not he. Also, that here the issue was that the Talmud presents a case, according to rabbinic opinion, that Canaan had basically made Noah castrated, and so therefore he couldn't have more children. Hence why the rabbinic opinion portrays that the sons were all white, Caucasian, and then Ham was made black, his hair was turned into locks, curly, and like an African, and that was his punishment. However, this rabbinic opinion is totally wrong. It is only a rabbinic opinion that has no basis in the Torah, because what actually happened, the nakedness of the father is the wife. So what would have actually happened is that Noah and Noah's wife were both drinking. So the correct opinion on this matter is that when they were both drinking, Noah's son, his son Ham, he went in the tent, and of course he would have had something to drink, and what happened, he got into basically a sexual encounter with his stepmom, and that is what caused the curse to descend upon his or Noah's grandson. Therefore, when it says that he came and told his brothers, he would have told his brothers that the family was naked in the tent. It raises many questions. Why was Noah drunk? Why was his wife there in the tent with him, drunk, and perhaps also without clothes? These questions and numerous others we cannot answer over here. However, what is to be understood, that when it talks about Noah's nakedness, that is mentioning his wife, according to Torah legal terminology. It is important to understand that the three sons were all people of color. In other words, even Japheth was lightly skinned, whilst Noah was an albino. Therefore his son would have been pale white, being Japheth, and his other two sons were, of course, one was brown, one was dark black. Shem was brown, and Ham was dark black. Hence why today we see these nations in the world that reflect the same colors. Through Japheth, all the Caucasian races have descended. Through Ham, all the African black races have descended. And through Shem, the brown, the light brown, and the dark brown skins have descended. End note. Chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Turkey, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshech, Turkey, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, Europe, Rephath, and Togarmah, Turkey. The sons of Yavan were Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dudanim, Rhode Islands, and parts of Italy and Spain. From these the coastland peoples of the Gentiles were separated into their land, everyone according to his language, according to their mishpachot, families, into their nations. The sons of Ham were Cush, Mitzrayim, Egypt, Phut, Somalia, and Canaan. The sons of Cush, Nubia, Sudan, Ethiopia, even parts of India, parts of Saudi Arabia, also Yemen, and other nearby countries. Were Sheba, Havilah, Sabta, Rama, and Sabtecha, and the sons of Rama were Sheba, South Arabia, Yemen, parts of West Africa, and Dedan. Cush begot Nimrod, and he became a warrior tyrant upon the earth. He was a warrior hunter in the face of Yahweh. Therefore it is said, like Nimrod, the warrior hunter in Yahweh's face. And the first of his Malchut kingdom was Babel, East Africa, Erech, Akkad, and Calnea in the land of Shinar, Eritrea, Djibouti, Somalia, including Iraq. From that land he went to Ashur and built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Ir, Kela, and Raisin between Nineveh and Kela, that is a principal city, and Mitzrayim begot Ludim, Anamim, Lehabim, Naptutim, Patrushim, and Kaslukim, from who came the Plashtim and Captorim. Canaan begot Sidon in his Bechor, firstborn, and Chet, and the Yevusi, the Amori, and the Girgashi, the Chavi, the Arki, and the Sinni, the Arvadi, the Zimari, and the Chamithi. Afterward the Mishpachot of the Canaani would disperse, and the border of the Canaani was from Sidon as you go toward Gerar as far as Azza, that's Gaza. Then as you go towards Sidon, Amorah, Admah, and Zeboim as far as Lasha. These were the sons of Ham, according to their mishpachot, according to their languages, in their lands, and in their nations. And children were born also to Shem, the Av of all the children of Aver, the brother of Japheth the elder. The sons of Shem were Elam, Iran, Ashur, Assyria, Arpachshad, Lud, Turkey, and Aram, Syria, and Canaan. The sons of Aram were Uz, Hul, Gaither, and Mashech. Canaan begot Shelach, and Shelach begot Eber. To Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Phaleg, for in his days the earth was divided, and his brother's name was Yoktan. Yoktan begot Almodad, Shelef, Hazarmaveth, Yarach, Hadoram, Uzzal, Dikla, Oval, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Yobab. All these were the sons of Yoktan, and their dwelling place was from Mesha as you go towards Safar the mountain of the east. These were the sons of Shem, according to their mishpachot, according to their languages, in their lands, according to their nations. These were the mishpachot of the sons of Noah, according to their generations, in their nations, and from these the nations were divided on the earth after the flood. Chapter 11. Now the whole earth had one language and echad speech. And it came to pass, they set out to the eastern direction, and they found a valley between the mountains in the land of Shinar, and they made their dwelling there. Then they said to one another, Come, let us make bricks, and bake them thoroughly. And they had bricks for stone, and they had asphalt for mortar. And they said, Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top is in the Shemaim. Let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad over the face of the whole earth. And Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men had built. And Yahweh said, Indeed, the people are echad, and they all have an echad language, and this is what they begin to do. Now nothing that they propose to do will be withheld from them. Come, let us go down, and there confuse their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So Yahweh scattered them abroad from there over the face of all the earth, and they ceased building the city. Therefore its name is called Babel, because there Yahweh confused the language of all the earth. And from there Yahweh scattered them abroad over the face of all the earth. This is the genealogy of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and fathered Arpachshad in the second year after the flood. And after Shem became father to Arpachshad, he lived 335 more years, fathering other sons and daughters, and then he died. Arpachshad was 135 years old when he became father to Canaan, and after Arpachshad became the father to Canaan, he lived 330 years more, as he fathered other sons and daughters, and then he died. Canaan was 130 years old when he became father to Shelach, and after he became father to Shelach, he lived 330 years as he fathered other sons and daughters, and then he died. Shelach lived 130 years and became father of Eber, and after he became father to Eber, he lived 330 years more as he fathered other sons and daughters, and then he died. Eber was 134 years old when he became father to Phaleg, and after he became father to Phaleg, he lived 270 years as he fathered other sons and daughters, and then he died. Phaleg was 130 years old when he became father to Ragau. After he begot Ragau, Phaleg lived 209 years and fathered other sons and daughters. Ragau lived 132 years and begot Serug. After he begot Serug, Ragau lived 207 years and fathered other sons and daughters. Serug lived 130 years and begot Nahor. After he begot Nahor, Serug lived 200 years and fathered other sons and daughters. Nahor lived 79 years and fathered Terach. After he begot Terach, Nahor lived 129 years and fathered other sons and daughters, and he died. Now Terach lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. This is the genealogy of Terach. Terach begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Haran begot Lot, and Haran died before his of Terach in his native land in Ur of the Kasdim. Then Abram and Nahor took wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the Av of Milcah and the Av of Yiscah. But Sarah was barren, she had no child. And Terach took his son Abram and his grandson Lot, the son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, his son Abram's wife, and they went out with them from Ur of the Kasdim to go to the land of Canaan. And they came to Haran and dwelt there. So the days of Terach were 205 years, and Terach died in Haran. Chapter 12. Now Yahweh has said to Abram, Get out of your country, from your native country, and from your Av's Beit, to a land that I will show you. And I will make you a strong, mighty nation, and I will make you a benefit to others, and make your name great, and you shall be an increase to all who embrace you. I will increase those who come to increase you, and I will curse him who despises you and sees you as worthless. And in you all the mishpachot of the earth shall be engrafted. So Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken to him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. Then Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their possessions that they had gathered, and the people whom they had acquired in Haran, and they departed to go to the land of Canaan. So they came to the land of Canaan. Abram passed through the land to the place of Shechem, as far as the terebinth tree of Moreh, and the Canaani were then in the land. Then Yahweh appeared to Abram and said, To your descendants I will give this land. And there he built an altar to Yahweh, who had appeared to him. And he moved from there to the mountain east of Bethel, and he pitched her tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to Yahweh and called on the name of Yahweh. So Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Mitzrayim to dwell there, for the famine was severe in the land. And it came to pass, when he was close to entering Mitzrayim, that he said to Sarai his wife, Indeed, I know that you are a woman of beautiful appearance. Therefore it will happen, when the Mitzrayim see you, that they will say, This is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will let you live. Please say, You are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and that I may live because of you. So it was, when Abram came into Mitzrayim, that the Mitzrayim saw the woman, that she was very beautiful. The princes of Pharaoh also saw her, and commended her to Pharaoh, and the woman was taken to Pharaoh's Beit. He treated Abram well for her sake. He had sheep, oxen, male donkeys, male and female servants, female donkeys and camels. But Yahweh plagued Pharaoh and his Beit with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, What is this you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister? I might have taken her as my wife. Now therefore, here is your wife, take her and go your way. So Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away with his wife and all that he had. Please note, when Abraham entered the land, we are told that he pitched her tent, which basically says is that he pitched Sarah's tent first and then his own tent. This is because Abraham loved Sarah his wife, and the sages wrote about this. Each wife that belonged to a Hebrew would have her own tent, and this also demonstrates that we need to take care of our wives first and foremost, and then the rest will follow as they are the caretakers of the family. Please also note that the blessing and the curse that is mentioned, the increases in the benefits, are very real. When you curse the children of Abraham, the descendants of Abraham, therefore what Yahweh had commanded, that he will make a little of you if you make little of them. So the discussion and the point that is noted within the narrative of Genesis chapter 12 is that these are very real, and they need to be taken care of, that you do not curse the children of Israel deliberately, as some people are doing outside there. And note. Chapter 13. Then Abram went up from Mitzrayim, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him to the south. Abram was very rich in livestock, in silver and in gold, and he went on his journey from the south as far as Bethel, to the place where her tent had been at the beginning between Bethel and Ai, to the place of the altar which he had made at first, and there Abram published the name of Yahweh. Lot also, who went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. Now the land was not able to support them, that they might dwell together, for their possessions were so great that they could not dwell together. And there was strife between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and the herdsmen of Lot's livestock. The Canaanite and the Perizzite then dwelt in the land. So Abram said to Lot, Please, let there be no strife between you and me, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Please separate from me. If you take the left, then I will go to the right. If you go to the right, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted his eyes and saw all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Amorah, like the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Mitzrayim, as you go toward Zoar. Then Lot chose for himself all the valley of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated from each other. Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent even as far as Sodom. But the men of Sodom were exceedingly wicked and sinful against Yahweh. And Yahweh said to Abraham, after Lot had separated from him, Lift your eyes now, and look from the place where you are northward, southward, eastward, and westward. For all the land which you see I give to you and your descendants forever. And I will make your descendants as the dust of the earth, so that if a man could number the dust of the earth, then your descendants also could be numbered. Arise, walk in the land through its length and its width, for I give it to you. Then Abram moved his tent, and went and dwelt by the terebinth Etzim of Mamre, which are in Hebron, and built an altar there to Yahweh. Chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, sovereign of Shinar, Arioch, sovereign of Eliezer, Chedorlaomer, sovereign of Elam, and Tidal, sovereign of Gentile nations, that they made war with Bera, sovereign of Sodom, Beresheeth, sovereign of Amorah, Shinab, sovereign of Admah, Shemever, sovereign of Zeboim, and the sovereign of Bela, that is Zoar. All these joined together in the valley of Siddim, that is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer. In the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year Chedorlaomer and the sovereigns that were with him came and attacked the Rephaim in Ashtoreth, Karnaim, the Zuzim in Cham, the Emim in Shuveh Kiriathaim, and the Hudri in the mountain of Sair, as far as El-Paran, which is by the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to En-Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and attacked all the country of the Amaleki and also the Amori, who dwelt in Chatzon Tamar. And the sovereign of Sodom, the sovereign of Amorah, the sovereign of Admah, the sovereign of Zeboim, and the sovereign of Bela, that is Zoar, went out and joined together in battle in the valley of Siddim, against Chedorlaomer, sovereign of Elam, Tidal, sovereign of nations, Amraphel, sovereign of Shinar, and Arioch, sovereign of Eliezer, 4 sovereigns against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of asphalt pits, and the sovereigns of Sodom and Amorah fled, Some fell there, and the remainder fled to the mountains. Then they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their provisions, and went their way. They also took Lot, Abram's nephew, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. Then one who had escaped came and told Abram the Abrahu, the Hebrew, for he dwelt by the terebinth Atzim of Mamre the Amori, brother of Eshcol and brother of Aner, and they were allies with Abram. Now when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants, who were born in his own Baith, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. He divided his forces against them by night, and he and his servants attacked them, and pursued them as far as Hobab, which is north of Damascus. So he brought back all the goods, and also brought back his brother Lot and his goods, as well as the women and the people. And the sovereign of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shuweh, that is the sovereign's valley, after his return from the defeat of Chedorlaomer and the sovereigns who were with him. Then Melchizedek, sovereign of Shalom, brought out lachem and wine, and he was a Kohen of the Most High El. And he spoke an increase for him, and said, Increased be Abram of Most High El, possessor of Shemaim and earth, and the Most High El, increaser, who has given your enemies into your hand, and he gave him a tithe of all. Now the sovereign of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods for yourself. But Abram said to the sovereign of Sodom, I have lifted my hand to Yahweh, the Most High El, the possessor of Shemaim and earth, that I will take nothing from a thread to a sandal strap, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich, except only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. Chapter 15. After these things the word of Yahweh came to Abram in a vision, saying, Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, and your exceedingly great reward. But Abram said, Adonai, Yahweh, what will you give me, seeing I go without heir, and he, the son of Mashach, Eliezer, of Damascus, is over my Baith? Then Abram said, Look, you have given me no offspring. Indeed, the son born in my Baith is my heir. And behold, the word of Yahweh came to him, saying, This one shall not be your heir, but one who will come from your own bowels shall be your heir. Then he brought him outside and said, Look now toward the Shemaim, and count the stars, if you are able to number them. And he said to him, So shall your descendants be. And he trusted with faithfulness in Yahweh, and he accounted it to him for right ruling. Then he said to him, I am Yahweh, who brought you out of Ur of the Kasdim, to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Adonai Yahweh, how shall I know that I will inherit it? So he said to him, Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old female goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. Then he brought all these to him, and cut them in two down the middle, and placed each piece opposite the other, but he did not cut the birds in two. And when the vultures came down on the carcasses, Abraham drove them away. Now when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and behold, horror and great darkness fell upon him. Then he said to Abraham, Know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and will serve them, and they will afflict them 400 years. And also the nation whom they serve I will judge. Afterward they shall come out with great possessions. Now as for you, you shall go to your Ahvoth in peace. You shall be buried at a good old age, but in the 4th generation they shall return here, for the iniquity of the Amori is not yet complete. And it came to pass, when the sun went down, And it was dark, that behold, there was a smoking oven, and a burning torch that passed between those pieces. On the same day Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, To your descendants I have given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim to the great river, the river Euphrates. The Keni, the Kenezi, and the Kadmoni, the Hitti, the Perzi, and the Rephaim, the Amori, the Canaani, the Girgashi, and the Yavusi. Chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, and she had a Mitzri maidservant, whose name was Hagar. So Sarai said to Abram, See now, Yahweh has restrained me from bearing children. Please go into my maid, perhaps I shall obtain children by her. And Abram heeded the voice of Sarai. Then Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Mitzri, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan. So he went in to Hagar, and she conceived. When she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was looked upon with contempt as worthless in her sight. And then Sarai said to Abram, You have brought this wrong on me. I gave my maid into your embrace. And when she saw that she had conceived, she looked upon with contempt as worthless in her sight. Yahweh judge between me and you. Start again. So Abram said to Sarai, Indeed, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as you see good in your sight. And when Sarai dealt harshly with her, she fled from her presence. Now Malach Yahweh found her by a spring of Maim in the wilderness, by the spring on the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, where did you come from, and where are you going? And she said, I am fleeing from the presence of my mistress, Sarai. So the Malach Yahweh said to her, Return to your mistress and submit yourself under her hand. Then the Malach Yahweh said to her, I will multiply your descendants exceedingly, so that they shall not be counted for multitude. And the Malach Yahweh said to her, Behold, you will be with child, and you shall bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, because Yahweh has heard your affliction. He shall be a wild man. His hand shall be against all, and all hand against him. And he shall dwell in the faces of all his brethren. And she called the name of Yahweh, who spoke to her, You are El Roi, the power behind vision's sight. For she said, Have I also seen visions? Behold, who reveals visions of the end to me. Therefore the well was called Be'er Lachai Roi, well of living visions. Behold, this is between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram named his son, whom Hagar bore, Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Chapter 17. When Abram was 99 years old, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said to him, I am El Shaddai, the mighty power. Have your halakha before me and be set apart. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. Then Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be the Ab of many nations. No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for I have made you the Ab of many nations. I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and sovereigns shall come from you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your descendants after you and their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be the mighty one to you and your descendants after you. Also I give to you and your descendants after you the land in which you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, as an everlasting possession, and I will be their mighty one. And Elohim said to Abraham, As for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you throughout the generations. This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised. you shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskins, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between you and me. He who is 8 days old among you shall be circumcised, every male child in your generations. He who is born in your bayith or bought with money from any foreigner who is not your descendant, he who is born in your bayith and he who is bought with your money must be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the circumcised male child who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, that person shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. Then Elohim said to Abraham, As for Sarai, your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. This is my covenant, which you shall keep between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskins, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between you and me. And Abraham said to Elohim, Oh, that Ishmael might live before your face. And Elohim said, No, Sarah your wife shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Yitzchak. I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have increased him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. He shall beget 12 princes, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Yitzchak, whom Sarah shall bear to you at the appointed time next year. And when he finished talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham, so Abraham took Ishmael his son, all who were born in his bayith, and all who were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abram's bayith, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskins that very same day that Elohim had said to him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, and Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. That very same day Abraham was circumcised, and his son Ishmael, and all the men of his bayith, born in the bayith or bought with money from a foreigner, were circumcised with him. Chapter 18. Then Yahweh appeared to him by the terebinth Etzim of Mamre, as he was sitting by the tent door in the heat of the day. So he lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them, and bowed himself to the ground, and spoke, saying, My Yahweh, if I have now found favor in your sight, do not pass by your servant. Please let a little wine be brought, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the etz, and I will bring a morsel of lechem, that you may comfort your hearts. After that you may pass by, inasmuch as you have come to your servant. And they said, Do as you have said. So Abraham hurried into the tent of Sarai, and said quickly, Make ready 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes. And Abraham ran to the herd, took a tender and good heifer, gave it to a young man, and he hastened to prepare it. So he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had prepared, and set it before them, and he stood by them under the tree as they ate. Then they said to him, Where is Sarah your wife? And he said, Here in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return to you according to the time of life, and behold, Sarah your wife shall have a son. And Sarah was listening in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in age, and Sarah had passed the age of childbearing. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I have grown old, shall I have pleasure, my master, being old also? And Yahweh said to Abraham, Why did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I surely bear a child, since I am old? Is anything too hard for Yahweh? At the appointed time I will return to you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. But Sarah denied it, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, No, but you did laugh. Then the men rose from there and gazed towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to send them on the way. And Yahweh said, Shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? Since Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be grafted in him. for I have a relationship with him, in order that he may command his children and his household after him, that they guard the halakha of Yahweh to do zadaqah and justice, that Yahweh may bring to Abraham what he has spoken to him. And Yahweh said, because the outcry against Sodom and Amorah is great, and because their transgression is very grave, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry against it that has come to me, and if not, I will know. Then the men turned away from there and went towards Sodom, but Yahweh still stood before Abraham. And Abraham came near and said, would you also destroy the innocent with the wicked? Suppose there were 50 innocent within the city, would you also destroy the place and not spare it for the 50 innocent that were in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing as this, to slay the innocent and the wicked, so that the innocent should be as a wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And Yahweh said, if I find in Sodom 50 innocent within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. Then Abraham answered and said, indeed now I, who am but dust and ashes, have taken it upon myself to speak to Yahweh. Suppose there were 5 less than the 50 innocent. Would you destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, if I find there 45, I will not destroy it. Then he spoke to him yet again and said, suppose there should be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for the sake of 40. And he said, let not Yahweh be angry, and I will speak. Suppose 30 should be found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. Then he said, indeed now I have taken it upon myself to speak to Adonai. Suppose 20 should be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 20. And he said, let not Yahweh be angry, and I will speak at this reoccurrence. Suppose 10 should be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 10. So Yahweh went his way as soon as he had finished speaking with Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. Please note certain things within this passage. When we are told that the angels and Yahweh here were gazing at Sodom and Amorah in verse 16, this is not an ordinary gaze. This is a gaze to destroy the place with judgment. Please also note that here, when the men are being discussed, the word Sadiq, usually which is translated right ruling or righteous, in this instance must be translated as innocent, because there was nobody righteous or right ruling in Sodom and Amorah. Hence why this will be the most accurate translation, as it is stated in the Hebrew. End note. Chapter 19. Now the 2 Malachim came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. And when Lot saw them, he rose to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face towards the ground. And he said, Hear now, my masters, please turn into your servant's bath, and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you may rise early and go on your way. And they said, No, but we will spend the night in the open square. But he insisted strongly. So they turned into him and entered his bath, and he made them a banquet, a celebration of unleavened bread, and baked chametz, lachem, unleavened bread, and they ate. Now before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both old and young, all the people from every quarter surrounded the bath, and they called to Lot and said to him, Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, that we may know them carnally. So Lot went out to them to the doorway and shut the door behind him and said, Please, my brethren, do not do so wickedly. See, now I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Please let me bring them out to you, and you may do to them as you wish. Only do nothing to these men, since this is the reason they have come under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. Then they said, This one came in to stay here, and he keeps acting as a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them. So they tried to stampede against the man Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men reached out their hands and pulled Lot into the bayith with them and shut the door. And they struck the men who were at the doorway of the bayith with blindness, both small and great, so that they became weary trying to find the door. Then the men said to Lot, "Have you anyone else here? A son-in-law, your sons, your daughters, and whoever you have in the city, take them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the outcry against them has grown great before the face of Yahweh, and Yahweh has sent us to destroy it." So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who had married his daughters, and said, "Get up, get out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city." But to his sons-in-law he seemed to be joking in their sight. They mocked him. When the morning dawned, the Malachim urged Lot to hurry, saying, "Arise, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, lest you be consumed in the punishment of the city." And while he lingered, the men took hold of his hand, his wife's hand, and the hands of his 2 daughters, Yahweh being merciful to him, and they brought him out and set him outside the city. So it came to pass, when they had brought them out, that he said, "Escape for your lives, and do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be destroyed." Then Lot said to them, "Oh no, not so, my Yahweh. Indeed now your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have revealed great unmerited favor, which you have shown me by saving my life. But I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil overtake me and I die. See now, this city is near enough to flee to, and it is a little one. Please let me escape there. Is it not a little one, and my soul shall live?" And he said to him, "See, I have favored you concerning this thing also, in that I will not overthrow the city which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I cannot do anything until you arrive there." Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun had risen upon the earth where Lot entered Zoar. Then Yahweh rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from Yahweh out of the Shemaim. So he overthrew those cities, all the plain, all the inhabitants of the city, and what grew on the ground. But his wife looked intently from behind, hesitating, and she became a statue of salt. And Abraham went early in the morning to the place where he had stood before Yahweh. Then he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and he saw, and behold, the smoke of the land, which went up like the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the plain, Elohim favored Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot had dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters were with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he and his 2 daughters dwelt in a cave. Now the Bechorah said to the younger, "Our Av is old, and there is no man on the earth to come into us, as is the custom of all the earth. Come, let us make our Av drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our Av." So they made their Av drink wine that night, and the Bechorah went in and lay with her Av, and it did not know when she lay down or when she arose. It happened on the next day that the Bechorah said to the younger, "Indeed I lay with my Av last night. Let us make him drink wine tonight also, and you go in and lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our Av." Then they made their Av drink wine that night also, and the younger arose and lay with him, and he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. Thus both the daughters of Lot were with child by their Av. The Bechorah bore a son, and called his name Moab. He is the Av of the Moabi to this day. And the younger she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. He is the Av of the people of Ammon to this day. Chapter 20. And Abraham journeyed from there to the south, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and stayed in Gerar. Abraham said of Sarah his wife, "She is my sister." And Abimelech, sovereign of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, "Indeed you are a dead man, because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife." But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Yahweh, will you slay an innocent Gentile also? Did he not say to me, she is my sister, and she, when she herself said, he is my brother? In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands, I have done this. And Elohim said to him in a dream, Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from transgressing against me, therefore I did not let you touch her. Now therefore restore the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and I will petition for you, and you will live. But if you do and restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all who are yours. So Abimelech rose early in the morning, called all his servants, and told all these things in their hearing, and the men were very afraid. And Abimelech called Abraham, and said to him, What have you done to us? How have I offended you, that you have brought on me, on my kingdom, a great transgression? You have done deeds to me that ought not to be done. Then Abimelech said to Abraham, What did you have in view, that you have done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will kill me on account of my wife. But indeed, she is truly my sister. She is a daughter of my Av, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And it came to pass, when Elohim caused me to wander from my Av's bait, that I said to her, This is your kindness you should do for me. In every place where we go, say of me, he is my brother. Then Abimelech took sheep, oxen, and male and maidservants, and gave them to Abraham, and he restored Sarah his wife to him. And Abimelech said, See, my land is before you. Dwell where it seems good in your sight. Then to Sarah he said, Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Indeed, he is to you a covering of your eyes, before all who are with you, and before all others. Thus she was proved right. So Abraham petitioned to Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech his wife and his maidservants. Then they bore children. For Yahweh has closed up all the wombs of the bite of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. Please note, although Abraham was a right-ruling man, a righteous man, but his wife was taken, and he then therefore prayed to the God of Israel. It took 2 years for his prayer to be fulfilled. Therefore, it is imperative to understand that when people pray and they want an immediate answer, it is not always the case. Unless you have a Kohen standing in the gate on your behalf, an answer may take a lot longer to manifest itself. And notice that Abimelech wasn't a righteous man, but he was an innocent Gentile, hence why. And also notice that in verse 4, where he actually is shown the name of Yahweh, but the scribes has changed that in the past to Adonai. So to make it look like that he didn't know, probably for the reasons that because he was a Goim. End note. Chapter 21. And Yahweh visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did for Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the appointed time of which Elohim had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born to him, whom Sarah bore to him, Yitzchak. Then Abraham circumcised his son Yitzchak when he was 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. Now Abraham was 100 years old when his son Yitzchak was born to him. And Sarah said, Elohim has made me laugh, so that also who hear will laugh with me. She also said, Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? For I have borne him a son in his old age. So the child grew and was weaned. And Abraham made a great banquet on the same day that Yitzchak was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Mitzri, whom she had birthed for Abraham, scoffing. Therefore she said to Abraham, Cast out this maid and her son. For the son of this maid shall not be heir with my son, namely with Yitzchak. And the matter was very displeasing in Abraham's sight because of his son. But Elohim said to Abraham, Do not let it be displeasing in your sight because of your offspring, or because of your maid. Whatever Sarah has said to you, listen to her voice, for in Yitzchak your descendant shall be called. Yet I will also make a nation of the son of the maid, because he is your seed. So Abraham rose early in the morning, and took Lahem and a skin of Maim, and putting it on her shoulder, he gave it to Hagar and the boy, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. and the mime in the skin was used up, and she placed the boy under one of the shrubs. Then she went and sat down across from him at a distance of about a bow shot, for she said to herself, "Let me not see the death of the boy." So she sat opposite him and lifted her voice and wept. And Elohim heard the voice of the child, and the Malach of Elohim, messenger of Yahweh, called to Hagar out of Shemaim, and said to her, "What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim has heard the voice of the child where he is. Arise, lift up the boy, and hold him with your hand, for I will make him a great nation." And Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of Maim. Then she went and filled the skin with Maim, and gave the boy to drink. So Elohim was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. He dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took a wife for him from the land of Mitzrayim. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army, spoke to Abraham, saying, "Elohim is with you in all things that you do. Now therefore swear to me by Elohim that you will not deal falsely with me, with my offspring, or with my grandsons, but according to the kindness that I have done to you, you will do to me and to the land in which you have dwelt." And Abraham said, "I will swear." Then Abraham rebuked Abimelech because of a well of Maim, which Abimelech's servants had seized. And Abimelech said, "I do not know who has done this thing. You did not tell me, nor had I heard of it until today." So Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them to Abimelech, and the two of them made a covenant. And Abraham sat 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. Then Abimelech asked Abraham, "What is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves?" And he said, "You will take these 7 ewe lambs from my hand, that they may be my witness that I have dug this well." Therefore he called that place Beresheeth, because the two of them swore an oath there. Thus they made a covenant at Beresheeth. So Abimelech rose with Phicol, the commander of his army, and they returned to the land of the Philistines. Then Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beresheeth, and there called on the name of Yahweh, the everlasting El. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines many days. Please note that the circumcision which Abraham did of his son is an everlasting covenant. It applies to everybody throughout all age and time and restoration of Israel. So even today, you are to circumcise your son when he is 8 days old, provided there is no medical issues, he must be circumcised. End note. Chapter 22. Now it came to pass after these things that Elohim tested Abraham and said to him, "Abraham," and he said, "Here I am." And he said, "Take now your son, your beloved son Yitzhak, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you." So Abraham rose early in the morning, and saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Yitzhak his son, and he split the wood for the burnt offering, and arose, and went to the place of which Elohim had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said to his young men, "Stay here with the donkey, the lad, and I will go over there and pay homage to him, and we will come back to you." So Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it on Yitzhak his son, and he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and the two of them went together. And Yitzhak spoke to Abraham his Av, and said, "My Av." And he said, "Here I am, my son." And he said, "Look, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?" And Abraham said, "My son, Elohim will appear himself as a lamb for a burnt offering." And the two of them went together. Then they came to the place of which Elohim had told him. And Abraham said, "My son, Elohim will appear himself with the lamb for a burnt offering." And the two of them went together. Then they came to the place of which Elohim had told him, and Abraham built an altar there, and placed the wood in order. And he bound Yitzhak his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched out his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the Malach Yahweh called to him from the Shemaim, and said, "Abraham, Abraham." And he said, "Here I am." And he said, "Do not lay your hand on the lad, or do anything to him, for now I know that you fear Elohim, seeing you have not withheld your son, your beloved son, from me." Then Abraham lifted his eyes and looked, and there behind him was a ram caught in a thicket by its horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up for a burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called the name of the place Yahweh Yireh, Yahweh will provide. As it is said to this day, on the mountain of Yahweh he shall be seen. Then the Malach Yahweh called to Abraham a second time out of the Shemaim, and said, By myself I have sworn, says Yahweh, because ye have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your beloved son. In increasing unconditionally I will increase you, and in multiplying unconditionally I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the Shemaim, and as the sand which is on the seashore, and your descendants shall possess the gate of their enemies. In your seed all the nations of the earth shall be increased, because you have obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned to his young men, and they rose and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. Now it came to pass after these things, that it was told Abraham, saying, Indeed, Milcah also has borne children to your brother Nahor, Hutz his Bechor, Buz his brother, Kemuel the Av of Aram, Chesed, Hazo, Pildash, Yidlaf, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rivkah. These 8 Milcah bore to Nahor, Abraham's brother. His concubine, whose name was Rumah, also bore Teva, Gehem, Techash, and Machath. Chapter 23. Sarah lived 127 years. These were the years of the life of Sarah. So Sarah died in Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan, and Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. Then Abraham stood up before his dead and spoke to the sons of Heth, saying, I am a foreigner and a sojourner among you. Give me property for a burial place among you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the sons of Heth answered Abraham, saying to him, Hear us, my master, you are a mighty prince amongst us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our burial places. None of us will withhold from you his burial place, that you may bury your dead. Then Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, the sons of Heth, and he spoke with them, saying, If it is your wish that I bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and meet with Ephron, the son of Zachar, for me, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is at the end of his field. Let him give it to me at the full price, as property for a burial place among you. Now Ephron dwelt among the sons of Heth, and Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the presence of the sons of Heth, all who entered at the gate of his city, saying, No, my master, hear me. I give you the field and the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the sight of the sons of my people. I give it to you, bury your dead. Then Abraham bowed himself down before the people of the land, and he spoke to Ephron in the hearing of the people of the land, saying, If you will give it, please hear me. I will give you money for the field. Take it from me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying to him, My master, listen to me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and me? So bury your dead. And Abraham listened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed out the silver for Ephron, which he had named in the hearing of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, currency of the merchants. So the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, and the cave which was in it, and all the Etzim that were in the field, which were within all the surrounding borders, were accounted for to Abraham as a possession in the sight of the sons of Heth, before all who went in at the gate of his city. And after this Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre, that is, Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So the field and the cave that is in it were deeded to Abraham by the sons of Heth as property for a burial place. Chapter 24. Now Abraham was old, well advanced in age, and Yahweh had increased Abraham in all things. So Abraham said to the elder servant of his Baith, who ruled over all that he had, Please put your hand under my thigh, and swear by Yahweh, the Elohim of Shemaim and the Elohim of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanite, among whom I dwell, but you shall go to my land, and to my mishpacha, and to take a wife for my son Yitzchak. And the servant said to him, Perhaps a woman will not be willing to follow me to this country. Must I take your son back to the land from which you came? But Abraham said to him, Beware that you do not take my son back there. Yahweh Elohim of the Shemaim, who took me from my Av's house, and from the land of my mishpacha, and who spoke to me, and swore to me, saying, To your descendants I give this land. He will send his malach before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. And if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be released from this oath. Only do not take my son back there. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, his owner, his father, and swore to him concerning this matter. Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and departed, for all his master's goods were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. And he made his camels kneel down outside the city by a well of Maim at evening time, the time when women go out to draw Maim. Then he said, O Yahweh, mighty one of my Adonai, Abraham, please give me success this day, and show unmerited favor to my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of Maim, and the daughters of the men of the city are coming out to draw Maim. Now let it be that the young woman to whom I say, Please let down your pitcher, that I may drink, and she says, Drink, and I will also give your camels a drink. Let her be the one whom you have appointed for your servant Yitzchak, and by this I will know that you have shown loving kindness to my master. And it happened, before he had finished speaking, that behold, Rivkah, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, came out with her pitcher on her shoulder. Now the young woman was very beautiful to behold, a virgin, no man had known her. And she went down to the well, filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said, Please let me drink a little wine from your pitcher. So she said, Drink, my master. Then she quickly let her pitcher down to her hand and gave him a drink. And when she had finished giving him a drink, she said, I will draw wine for your camels also, until they have finished drinking. Then she quickly emptied her pitcher into the trough, ran back to the well to draw Maim, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, remained silent, so as to know whether Yahweh had made his journey prosperous or not. So it was, when the camels had finished drinking, that the man took a golden nose ring weighing 1/2 shekel, and 2 bracelets for her wrists weighing 10 shekels of gold, and said, Whose daughters are you? Tell me, please, is there room in your Av's baith for us to lodge? So she said to him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, Milcah's son, whom she bore to Nahor. Moreover, she said to him, We have both straw and enough feed and room to lodge. Then the man bowed down his head and paid homage to Yahweh. And he said, Benevolent is Yahweh, mighty one, who has not forsaken my Adonai, Abraham, of his unmerited favor and his truth. As for me, being on the way, Yahweh led me to the baith of my master's brethren. So the young woman ran and told those of her mother's baith these things. Now Rivkah had a brother whose name was Lavan, and Lavan ran out to the man by the well. So it came to pass, when he saw the nose ring and the bracelets on his sister's wrists, and when he heard the words of his sister Rivkah saying, Thus the man spoke to me, that he went to the man, and there he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, Come in, O increased one of Yahweh. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the baith and a place for the camels. Then the man came to the baith, and he unloaded the camels, and provided straw and feed for the camels, and wine to wash his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. And food was set before his face to eat, but he said, I will not eat until I have spoken the words of my important matter. And he said, Speak the words. So he said, I am Abraham's servant. Yahweh has increased my master greatly, and he has become great, and he has given me flocks and herds, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. And Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master when she was old, and to him he has given all that he has. Now my master made me swear, saying, You shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanite, in whose land I dwell. but you shall go to my Av's Beit, and to my Mishpacha, and take a wife for my son. And I said to my master, perhaps a woman will not follow me. But he said to me, Yahweh, before whom I walk, will send his malach with you, and prosper your way, and you shall take a wife for my son, from my Mishpacha, and from my Av's Beit. You will be clear from this oath when you arrive among my Mishpacha, for if they will not give her to you, then you will be released from my oath. And this day I came to the well and said, O Yahweh, Elohim of my Adonai, Abraham, if you will now prosper the way in which I go, behold, I stand by the well of Maim, and it shall come to pass that when the maiden comes out to draw Maim, and I say to her, please give me a little Maim from your pitcher to drink. And she says to me, drink, and I will draw for your camels also, let her be the woman whom Yahweh has appointed for my master's son. But before I had finished speaking in my heart, there was Rivkah coming out with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down to the well and drew Maim, and I said to her, please let me drink. And she made haste and let her pitcher down from her shoulder and said, drink, and I will give your camels a drink also. So I drank, and she gave the camels a drink also. Then I asked her and said, whose daughter are you? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him. So I put the nose ring on her nose, and the bracelets on her wrists, and I bowed my head and paid homage to Yahweh, and Yahweh the Increaser, Elohim of my Adonai, Abraham, who had led me in the way of truth, to take the daughter of my master's brother for his son. Now if you will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing comes from Yahweh. We cannot speak to you either bad or good. Here is Rivkah before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's wife, as Yahweh has spoken. And it came to pass, when Abraham's servant heard their words, that he paid homage to Yahweh, bowing himself to the ground. Then the servant brought out jewels of silver, and jewels of gold and clothing, and gave them to Rivkah. He also gave precious things to her brother and to her mother. And he and the men who were with him ate and drank and stayed all night. Then they arose in the morning, and he said, send me away to my master. But her brother and her mother said, let the young woman stay with us a few days, at least 10, after she may go. And he said to them, do not hinder me, since Yahweh has prospered my way. Send me away, so I may go to my master. So they said, we will call the young woman and ask her personally. Then they called Rivkah and said to her, will you go with this man? And she said, I will go. So they sent away Rivkah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. And they spoke and increased to Rivkah and said to her, our sister, may you become the mother of thousands of 10,000s, and may your descendants possess the gates of those who hate them. Then Rivkah and her maids arose, and they rode on the camels, and followed the man. So the servant took Rivkah and departed. Now Yitzhak came from the way of Beer-lahai Roi, for he dwelt in the south. And Yitzhak went out to meditate in the field in the evening, and he lifted his eyes and looked, and there the camels were coming. Then Rivkah lifted her eyes, and when she saw Yitzhak, she dismounted from her camel. For she had said to the servant, who is this man walking in the field to meet us? And the servant said, it is my master. So she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzhak all the things that he had done. Then Yitzhak brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and he took Rivkah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. So Yitzhak was comforted after his mother's death. Chapter 25. And henceforth Abraham continued with his wife, and her name was Keturah. And she had birthed him Zimran, Yokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shuach. Yokshan begot Sheba and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, Latushim, and Lumim. And the sons of Midian were Ephah, Epher, Hanuch, Avidah, and Eldah. All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had to Yitzhak, But Abraham gave gifts to the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, and while he was still living, he sent them eastward, away from Yitzchak his son, to the country of the east. This is the sum of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived 175 years. Then Abraham breathed his last, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Yitzchak and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, the field which Abraham purchased from the sons of Heth. There Abraham was buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that Elohim increased his son Yitzchak, and Yitzchak dwelt at Beer-lahai-roi. Now this is the genealogy of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Mitzri, Sarah's maidservant, bore to Abraham. And these were the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names, according to their generations: the Bachor of Ishmael, Nevayoth, then Kedar, Abdil, Mibsam, Mishma, Dumma, Massa, Hadar, Tema, Yetur, Nafish, and Kedemah. These were the sons of Ishmael, and these were their names by their towns and their settlements, 12 princes according to their nations. These were the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years, and he breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people. They dwelt from Havilah as far as Shur, which is east of Mitzrayim. As you go towards Assyria, he died in the presence of all his brethren. This is the genealogy of Yitzchak, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Yitzchak. Yitzchak was 40 years old when he took Rivkah his wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Paddan Aram, the sister of Laban the Syrian. Now Yitzchak pleaded with Yahweh for his wife, because she was barren, and Yahweh granted his plea, and Rivkah his wife conceived. And the children struggled together within her, and she said, "If all is well, why am I this way?" So she went to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, two peoples shall be separated from your body. One people shall be stronger than the other, and the older shall serve the younger." So when her days were fulfilled for her to give birth, indeed there were twins in her womb. And the first came out reddish black. He was like a hairy garment all over. So they called his name Esau. Afterwards his brother came out, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel to protect his head. So his name was called Yaakov. And Yitzchak was 60 years old when she bore them. So the boys grew, and Esau was a skillful hunter, a man of the field, but Yaakov was a complete man dwelling in tents. And Yitzchak loved Esau, because he ate of his game, but Rivkah loved Yaakov. Now Yaakov cooked a stew, and Esau came in from the field, and he was starving. And Esau said to Yaakov, "Please, feed me with that ready stew, for I am starving." Therefore his name was called Edom. And Yaakov said, "Sell me your birthright, as of this day." And Esau said, "Look, I am about to die, so what profit shall this birthright be to me?" And Yaakov said, "Swear to me as of this day." So he swore to him, and sold his birthright to Yaakov. Then Yaakov gave Esau lachem, and stew of lentils, and he ate and drank, arose and went his way. Therefore Esau despised his birthright. Chapter 26. There was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Yitzchak went to Abimelech, sovereign of the Palestine, in Gerar. Then Yahweh appeared to him and said, "Do not go down to Mitzrayim. Live in the land of which I shall tell you. Dwell in this land, and I will be with you and increase you, for to you and your descendants I give all these lands, and I will perform the oath which I swore to Abraham your Av. And I will make your descendants multiply as the stars of the Shemaim, and I will give to your descendants all these lands, and in your descendants all the nations of the earth shall be increased. Because Abraham obeyed my voice and guarded my ordinance, my commandments, my statutes, and my Torah." So Yitzchak dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him about his wife, and he said, "She is my sister," for he was afraid to say, "She is my wife," because he thought, lest the men of the place should kill me for Rivkah, because she is beautiful to behold. Now it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, sovereign of the Plishtim, looked through a window, and saw, and there was Yitzhak showing endearment to Rivkah his wife. Then Abimelech called Yitzhak and said, Quite obviously she is your wife, so how could you say, She is my sister? And Yitzhak said to him, Because I said, Lest I die on account of her. And Abimelech said, What is this you have done to us? One of the people might soon have lain with your wife, and you would have brought guilt on us. So Abimelech charged all his people, saying, He who touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Then Yitzhak sowed in that land, and reaped in the same year 100-fold, and Yahweh increased him. The man began to prosper, and continued prospering until he became very prosperous, for he had possessions of flocks and possessions of herds, and a great number of servants, so the Plishtim envied him. Now the Plishtim had stopped up all the wells which his Av's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his Av, and they had filled them with earth. And Abimelech said to Yitzhak, Go away from us, for you are much mightier than we. Then Yitzhak departed from there, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Yitzhak dug again the wells of Maim, which they had dug in the days of Abraham his Av, for the Plishtim had stopped them up after the death of Abraham. He called them by the names which his Av had called them. And Yitzhak's servants dug in the valley, and found a well of running Maim there. But the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Yitzhak's herdsmen, saying, The Maim is ours. So he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. Then they dug another well, and they quarrelled over that one also. So he called its name Sitnah. And he moved from there, and dug another well, and they did not quarrel over it. So he called its name Rehoboth, because he said, For now Yahweh has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. Then he went up from there to Beersheba, and Yahweh appeared to him the same night, and said, I am the Elohim of your Av, Abraham. Do not fear, for I am with you. I will increase you, and multiply your descendants for my servant Abraham's sake. So he built an altar there, and called on the name of Yahweh, and he pitched his tent there, and there Yitzhak's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech came to him from Gerar with Ahuzath, one of his friends, and Phicol, the commander of his army. And Yitzhak said to them, Why have you come to me, since you hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they said, We have certainly seen that Yahweh is with you. So we said, Let there now be an oath between us and you, and let us make a covenant with you, that you will do us no harm, since we have not touched you, since we have done nothing to you but good, and sent you away in peace. Yahweh has now increased you. So he made them a banquet, and they ate and drank. Then they arose early in the morning, and swore an oath with one another. And Yitzhak sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. It came to pass the same day that Yitzhak's servants came and told him about the well which they had dug, and said to him, We have found Maim. So he called it Sheva. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. When Esau was 40 years old, he took as wives Yehudith, the daughter of Beri, the Hittite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, and they were a grief of mind to Yitzhak and Rivkah. Chapter 27. Now it came to pass, when Yitzhak was old, and his eyes were so dim that he could not see, that he called Esau his eldest son, and said to him, My son. And he answered him, Here I am. And he said, Behold, now I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Now therefore, please take your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field and hunt game for me, and make me savory food, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may give you an increase before I die. Now Rivkah was listening when Yitzhak spoke to Esau his son, and Esau went to the field to hunt game and to bring it. So Rivkah spoke to Yaakov her son, saying, Indeed, I heard your father speak to Esau, your brother, saying, Bring me game, and make savory meat for me, that I may eat it, and increase you in the presence of Yahweh before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to what I command you. Go now to the flock, and bring me from there 2 choice kids of the goats, and I will make savory meat from them for your father, such as he loves. Then you shall take it to your father, that he may eat it, that he may increase you before his death. And Yaakov said to Rivkah his mother, Look, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth-skinned man. Perhaps my father will feel me, and I shall seem in his sight to be a cheat, and I shall bring a curse on myself and not an increase. But his mother said to him, Let your curse be on me, my son. Only obey my voice, and go get them for me. And he went and got them, and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rivkah took the choice clothes of her elder son Esau, which were with her in the baith, and put them on Yaakov, her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats on his hands, and on the smooth part of his neck. Then she gave the savory food and the lachem, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Yaakov. So he went to his father and said, My father. And he said, Here I am. Who are you, my son? And Yaakov said to his father, I am Esau, your Bechor. I have done just as you told me. Please arise, sit and eat of my game, that your soul may increase me. And Yitzchak said to his son, How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because Yahweh of power brought it to me. And Yitzchak said to Yaakov, Please come near, that I may feel you, my son, whether you are really my son Esau or not. So Yaakov went near to Yitzchak his father, and he felt him and said, The voice is Yaakov's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he did not recognize him, because his hands were hairy, like his brother Esau's hands. So he spoke increases for him. Then he said, Are you really my son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's game, so that my soul may increase you. So he brought it near to him, and he ate. And he brought him wine, and he drank. Then his father Yitzchak said to him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his clothing, and congratulated him, and said, Surely the smell of my son is like the smell of a field. Yahweh has increased. Therefore may Elohim give you of the dew of the Shemaim, of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be master over your brethren, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and increased will be those who will increase you. Then it happened, as soon as Yitzchak had finished saying the increase for Yaakov, and Yaakov had scarcely gone out from the presence of Yitzchak his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. He also had made savory meat and brought it to his father, and said to his father, Let my father arise and eat of his son's game, that your soul may increase me. And his father Yitzchak said to him, Who are you? And he said, I am your son, your Bechor, Esau. Then Yitzchak trembled exceedingly and said, Who? Where is the one who hunted game and brought it to me, and I ate all of it before you came? And I have increased him, and indeed he shall be increased. When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with an exceedingly great and bitter cry, and said to his father, Increase me, even me also, O my father. But he said, Your brother came with craft, and has taken away your increase. And Esau said, Is he not rightly named Yaakov? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and now look, he has taken away my increase. And he said, Have you not reserved an increase for me? Then Yitzchak answered and said to Esau, Indeed I have made him your master, and all his brethren I have given to him as servants. With grain and wine I have sustained him. What shall I do now for you, my son? And Esau said to his father, Have you only one increase, my father? Increase me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. Then Yitzchak his father answered and said to him, Behold, your dwelling shall be away from the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of Shemaim from above. By your sword you shall live, and you shall serve your brother, and it shall come to pass, when you will have the rule, that you shall break his yoke from your neck. So Esau hated Yaakov because of the increases with which his father had increased him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand, then I will kill my brother Yaakov. And the words of Esau, her older son, were told to Rivkah. So she sent and called Yaakov, her younger son, and said to him, Surely your brother Esau comforts himself concerning you by intending to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, arise, flee to my brother Lavan in Haran, and stay with him a few days until your brother's fury turns away, until your brother's anger turns away from you, and he forgets that you have done to him. Then I will send and bring you from there. Why should I be bereaved also of you both in one day? And Rivkah said to Yitzhak, I am disgusted in my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Yaakov takes a wife of the daughters of Heth like these, who are the daughters of the land, what good will my life be to me? Chapter 28. Then Yitzhak called Yaakov and spoke increases for him, and ordered him, and said to him, You shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the Baith of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take yourself a wife from there of the daughters of Lavan, your mother's brother. May El Shaddai, the mighty power, increase you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, that you may be an assembly of peoples, and give you the increases of Abraham to you and your descendants with you, that you may inherit the land in which you are a stranger, which Elohim gave to Abraham. So Yitzhak sent Yaakov away, and he went to Padan Aram, to Lavan the son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rivkah, the mother of Yaakov and Esau. When Esau saw that Yitzhak had spoken increases for Yaakov, and sent him away to Padan Aram to take himself a wife from there, and that as he spoke increases for him, he commanded him, saying, You shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. And that Yaakov had obeyed his father and his mother, and had gone to Padan Aram. Also Esau saw that the daughters of Canaan did not please in the sight of his father Yitzhak. So Esau went to Ishmael, and took Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his wife in addition to the wives he had. Now Yaakov went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. So he came to a certain place, and stayed there all night, because the sun had set. And he took one of the stones of that place, and put it at his head, and he lay down in that place to sleep. Then he dreamed, and behold, a ladder was set up on the earth, and its top reached to the Shemaim, and there the Malachim of Elohim were ascending and descending on it. And behold, Yahweh stood above it and said, I am Yahweh, Elohim of Abraham, your father, and the Elohim of Yitzhak. The land on which you lie I will give to you and your descendants. Also your descendants shall be as the dust of the earth. You shall spread abroad to the west and the east, to the north and the south, and in you and in your seed all the mishpachot of the earth shall be increased. Behold, I am with you, and will guard you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have spoken to you. Then Yaakov awoke from his sleep, and said, Surely Yahweh is in this place, and I did not know it. And he was afraid, and said, How awesome is this place! This is none other than the Baith of Elohim, and this is a gate of Shemaim. Then Yaakov rose early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put at his head, set it up as a pillar, and poured oil on top of it. And he called the name of that place Beth El. But the name of that city had been Luz previously. Then Yaakov made a vow, saying, If Elohim will be with me, and guard me in this way that I am going, and give me lachem to eat, and clothing to put on, so that I come back to my father's Baith in peace, then Yahweh shall be my power. And the stone which I have set as an altar shall be Elohim's Baith, and of all that you give me, I will surely give a tenth to you. Please note, the incident of tithing is not something that was given at a later date, as most regard. Tithing was from long before even Jacob was born, And Jacob even recognized that there was 10% tithes to be given. And so as Yahweh had commanded, tithes were to be given to the priesthood, to the Levites in the gate, forever. And as such, they still carry to this day. The Levite in the gate is the one that gets the tithe, and Israel is to look after the Levite in the gate. Notice also that as Yaakov had realized that the place where he put the stone today would be the place we know as a place of the temples, where the temples were built. And so therefore he had come back and fulfilled his vow. So if you make a vow to Yahweh, then you must fulfill it, or else refrain from making vows. Therefore, whatever you say in the name of Elohim, you must fulfill it, whatever that is. And note, chapter 29. So Yaakov went on his journey and came to the land of the people of the east. And he looked and saw a well in the field, and behold, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. But out of that well they watered the flocks, and a large stone was on the well's mouth. Now all the flocks would be gathered there, and they would roll the stone from the well's mouth, water the sheep, and put the stone back in its place on the well's mouth. And Yaakov said to them, My brethren, where are you from? And they said, We are from Haran. Then he said to them, Do you know Lavan, the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. So he said to them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And look, his daughter Rachel is coming with the sheep. Then he said, Look, it is still high day. It is not time for the cattle to be gathered together. Water the sheep and go and feed them. And they said, We cannot until all the flocks are gathered together. And they have rolled the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep. Now while he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. And it came to pass, when Yaakov saw Rachel, the daughter of Lavan, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Lavan, his mother's brother, then Yaakov went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Lavan, his mother's brother. Then Yaakov kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice and wept. And Yaakov told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rivka's son. So she ran and told her father. Then it came to pass, when Lavan heard the report about Yaakov, his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his baith. So he told Lavan all these things. And Lavan said to him, Surely you are my substance and my flesh. And he stayed with him for a month. Then Lavan said to Yaakov, Because you are my relative, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what should your wages be? Now Lavan had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah's eyes were delicate, but Rachel was beautiful of form and appearance. Now Yaakov loved Rachel, so he said, I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter. And Lavan said, It is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to another man. Stay with me. So Yaakov served 7 years for Rachel, and in his sight they seemed but a few days, because of the love he had for her. Then Yaakov said to Lavan, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go into her. And Lavan gathered together all the men of the place, and held a banquet. Now it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to Yaakov, and he went into her. And Lavan gave his maid Zilpah to his daughter Leah as a maid. So it came to pass in the morning that, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Lavan, What is this you have done to me? Was it not for Rachel that I served you? Why then have you deceived me? And Lavan said, It must not be done so in our country, to give the younger before the Bechor. Fulfill her week, and we will give you this one also for the service which you will serve with me still another 7 years. Then Yaakov did so, and fulfilled her week. So he gave him his daughter Rachel as wife also. And Laban gave his maid Bilhah to his daughter Rachel as a maid. Then Yaakov also went into Rachel, and he also loved Rachel more than Leah, and he served with Laban still another 7 years. When Yahweh saw that Leah was loved less, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. So Leah conceived and bore a son. And she called his name Reuben, for she said, Yahweh has surely looked on my affliction, now therefore my husband will love me. Then she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Because Yahweh has heard that I am loved less, he has therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Shimon. She conceived again and bore a son, and said, Now this time my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore his name was called Levi. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Now I will speak forth the name of Yahweh. Therefore she called his name Yehudah. Then she stopped bearing. Please take note that when Jacob goes to the people of the east, this mention is made because the people of the east, originally the ancestors of Abraham, came out of India, what today became known as India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Notice the customs of the East, which are prevalent even today. First custom was that it was a cousin marriage. Second custom that we notice here, that the custom is to marry the older daughter first. That custom still takes precedence in Pakistan, India, and even Bangladesh. And as you notice, that all these patterns that are followed from the people of the East are still very much prevalent today in our society. Nothing has changed. And note. Chapter 30. Now when Rachel saw that she bore Yaakov no children, Rachel envied her sister and said to Yaakov, Give me children, or else I die. And Yaakov's anger was aroused against Rachel, and he said, Am I in the place of Elohim, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? So she said, Here is my maid Bilhah. Go in to her, and she will bear a child on my knees, that I also may have children by her. Then she gave him Bilhah, her maid, as wife, and Yaakov went in to her. And Bilhah conceived and bore Yaakov a son. Then Rachel said, Elohim has judged my case, and he has also heard my voice and given me a son. Therefore she called his name Dan. And Rachel's maid Bilhah conceived again, and bore Yaakov a second son. Then Rachel said, With great struggle I have struggled with my sister, and indeed I have prevailed. So she called his name Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had stopped bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her to Yaakov as wife. And Leah's maid Zilpah bore Yaakov a son. Then Leah said, A goad comes. So she called his name Gad. And Leah's maid Zilpah bore Yaakov a second son. Then Leah said, I am happy, for the daughters will call me increased. So she called his name Asher. Now Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them to his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, Please give me some of your son's mandrakes. But she said to her, Is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, Therefore he will lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes. When Yaakov came out of the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, You must come in to me, for I have surely hired you with my son's mandrakes. And he lay with her that night. And Elohim listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore Yaakov a fifth son. Leah said, Elohim has given me my hire, because I have given my maid to my husband. So she called his name Yisachar. Then Leah conceived again, and bore Yaakov a sixth son. And Leah said, Elohim has endowed me with a good endowment. Now my husband will dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. So she called his name Zebulun. Afterwards she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. Then Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim listened to her and opened her womb. And she conceived and bore a son, and said, Elohim has taken away my reproach. So she called his name Joseph, and said, Yahweh has increased me with another son. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said to Laban, Send me away, that I may go to my own place, and to my country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served you, and let me go, for you know my service which I have done for you. And Laban said to him, Please stay, if I have found favor in your eyes, for I have learned by experience that Yahweh has increased me for your sake. Then he said, Name me your wages, and I will give it. So Jacob said to him, You know how I have served you, and how your livestock has been with me. For what you had before I came was little, and it is now increased to a great amount. Yahweh has increased you since my coming, and now when shall I also provide for my own base? So he said, What shall I give you? And Jacob said, You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed and keep your flocks. Let me pass through all your flock today, removing from there all the speckled and spotted sheep, and also the brown ones among the lambs, and the spotted and the speckled among the goats, and there shall be my wages. So my right ruling will answer me in time to come, when the subject of my wages comes before you. Everyone that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the lambs, will be considered stolen if it is with me. And Laban said, Behold, let it be according to your word. So he removed that day the male goats that were speckled and spotted, all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, every one that had some white in it, and all the brown ones among the lambs, and gave them into the hand of his sons. Then he put 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flock. Now Jacob took for himself rods of green poplar, and of the almond and chestnut atzim, peeled white strips in them, and exposed the white which was in the rods. And the rods which he had peeled he set before the flocks in the gutters, in the watering troughs where the flocks came to drink, so that they should conceive when they came to drink. So the flocks conceived before the rods, and the flocks brought forth streaked, speckled, and spotted. Then Jacob separated the lambs, and made the flocks face toward the streaked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. But he put his own flocks by themselves, and did not put them with Laban's flock. And it came to pass, whenever the stronger livestock conceived, that Jacob placed the rods before the eyes of the livestock in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the flocks were feeble, he did not put them in, so the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. Thus the man became exceedingly prosperous, and had large flocks, female and male servants, and camels and donkeys. Chapter 31. Now Jacob heard the words of Laban's sons, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and from what was our father's he has acquired all this wealth. And Jacob saw the countenance of Laban, and indeed it was not favorable toward him as before. Then Yahweh said to Jacob, Return to the land of your Avot, and to your Mishpachah, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field to his flock, and said to them, I see your father's countenance, which is not favorable toward me as before, but the Elohim of my father has been with me. And you know that with all my might I have served your father. Yet your father has deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times, but Elohim did not allow him to hurt me. If he said, Thus the speckled shall be your wages, then all the flocks bore speckled. And if he said, Thus the streaked shall be your wages, then all the flocks bore streaked. So Elohim has taken away the livestock of your father, and given them to me. And it happened at the time when the flocks conceived, that I lifted my eyes and saw in a dream, and behold, the rams which leaped upon the flocks were streaked, speckled, and grey spotted. Then the Malach Elohim, Malach of Yahweh, spoke to me in a dream, saying, Yaakov, and I said, Here I am. And he said, Lift your eyes now and see, all the rams which leap on the flocks are streaked, speckled, and grey spotted, for I have seen all that Lavan is doing to you. I am the El of Bethel, where you anointed the altar, and where you made a vow to me. Now arise, get out of this land, and return to the land of your mishpachah. Then Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, Is there still any portion or inheritance for us in our father's beth? Are we not considered strangers by him? For he has sold us, and also completely consumed our money. For all these riches which Yahweh has taken from our father are really ours, and our children's. Now then, whatever Elohim has said to you, do it. Then Yaakov rose and set his sons and his wives on camels, and he carried away all his livestock and all his possessions which he had gained, his acquired livestock which he had gained in Padan Aram, to go to his father Yitzhak in the land of Canaan. Now Lavan had gone to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the teraphim that were her father's. And Yaakov stole away unknown to Lavan the Aramee, in that he did not tell him that he intended to flee. So he fled with all that he had, and he arose and crossed the river, and headed toward the mountains of Gilead. And Lavan was told on the third day that Yaakov had fled. Then he took his brethren with him, and pursued him for 7 days' journey, and he overtook him in the mountains of Gilead. But Elohim had come to Lavan the Aramee in a dream by night, and said to him, Be careful that you speak to Yaakov neither good nor evil. So Lavan overtook Yaakov. Now Yaakov had pitched his tent in the mountains, and Lavan with his brethren pitched in the mountains of Gilead. And Lavan said to Yaakov, What have you done, that you have stolen away unknown to me, and carried away my daughters like captives taken with the sword? Why did you flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and not tell me? For I might have sent you away with joy and songs, with timbrel and harp. And you did not allow me to kiss my sons and my daughters. Now you have done foolishly in so doing. It is in my power to do you harm, but the Elohim of your father spoke to me last night, saying, Guard your word with which you speak to Yaakov, neither good nor evil. And now you have surely gone because you greatly long for your father's house. But why did you steal my powers? Then Yaakov answered and said to Lavan, Because I was afraid, for I said, Perhaps you would take your daughters from me by force. With whomever you find your powers, do not let him live. In the presence of our brethren, identify what I have of yours, and take it with you. For Yaakov did not know that Rachel had stolen them. And Lavan went into Yaakov's tent, into Leah's tent, and into the two maids' tents, but he did not find them. Then he went out of Leah's tent and entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the teraphim, put them in the camel's saddle, and sat on them. And Lavan searched all about the tent, but did not find them. And she said to her father, Let it not displease in your eyes, my master, that I cannot rise before you, for the manner of women is with me. And he searched, but did not find the teraphim. Then Yaakov was angry, and rebuked Lavan. And Yaakov answered and said to Lavan, What is my trespass? What is my transgression, that you have so hotly pursued me? Although you have searched all my things, what part of your household things have you found? Set it here before my brethren and your brethren, that they may judge between us both. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your females, goats, have not miscarried, they are young, and I have not eaten the rams of your flock. That which was torn by beasts I did not bring to you, I bore the loss of it. You required it from my hand, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. There I was. In the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus I have been in your house 20 years. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flock, and you have changed my wages 10 times. Unless the Elohim of my father, the Elohim of Abraham, and the fear of Yitzhak had been with me, surely now you would have sent me away empty-handed. Elohim has seen my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you last night. And Laban answered and said to Yaakov, These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and this flock is my flock. All that you see is mine. But what can I do this day to these my daughters, or to their children, whom they have given birth? Now therefore come, let us make a covenant, you and I, and let it be a witness between you and me. So Yaakov took a stone and set it up as an altar. Then Yaakov said to his brethren, Gather stones, and they took stones and made a heap, and they ate there on the heap. Laban called it Yigar Suhadutta, but Yaakov called it Galid. And Laban said, This heap is a witness between you and me this day. Therefore its name was called Galid. Also Mizpah, because he said, May Yahweh watch between you and me when we are absent one from another. If you afflict my daughters, or if you take otherwise beside my daughters, although no man is with us, see, Elohim is witness between you and me. Then Laban said to Yaakov, Here is this heap, and here is this altar, which I have placed between you and me. This heap is a witness, and this altar is a witness, that I will not pass beyond this heap to you, and you will not pass beyond this heap and this altar to me for harm. The Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Nahor, and the Elohim of their father judge between us. And Yaakov swore by the fear of his father Yitzhak. Then Yaakov offered a sacrifice on the mountain, and called his brethren to eat lachem. And they ate lachem, and stayed all night on the mountain. And early in the morning Laban arose, and kissed his sons and daughters, and spoke for increase to them. Then Laban departed, and returned to his place. Chapter 32. So Yaakov went on his way, and the Malachim of Elohim met him. When Yaakov saw them, he said, This is Elohim's company, / might. And he called the name of that place Machanim. Then Yaakov sent messengers before him to Esav his brother in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Speak thus to my master Esav, Thus your servant Yaakov says, I have dwelt with Laban, and stayed there until now. I have oxen, donkeys, flocks, and male and female servants, and I have sent to tell my master, that I may find favor in your sight. Then the messengers returned to Yaakov, saying, We came to your brother Esav, and he also is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him. So Yaakov was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that were with him, and the flocks and herds and camels into 2 companies. And he said, If Esav comes to the one company and attacks it, then the other company which is left will escape. Then Yaakov said, O Elohim of my father Abraham, and Elohim of my father Yitzhak, Yahweh, who said to me, Return to your country and to your mishpachah, and I will deal well with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies, and of all the truth which ye have shown your servant, for I crossed over this Yarden with my staff, and now I have become 2 camps of people. Rescue me, I petition, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esav, for I fear him, lest he come and attack me, and the mother with the children. For you said, I will surely treat you well, and make your descendants as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. So he lodged there that same night, and took what came to his hand as a present of Esav his brother, 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 male camels with their colts, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 foals, Then he took them by the hand of his servants, every herd by itself, and said to his servants, Pass over before me, and put some distance between successive herds. And he commanded the first one, saying, When Esau my brother meets you, and asks you, saying, To whom do you belong, and where are you going? Whose are these in front of you? Then you shall say, They are your servant Yaakov's. It is a present sent to my master Esau, and behold, he also is behind us. So he commanded the second, the third, and all who followed the herd, saying, In this manner you shall speak to Esau when you will find him. And also say, Behold, your servant Yaakov is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with a present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face, perhaps he will accept me. So the present went on over before him, but he himself lodged that night in the camp. And he arose that night, and took his 2 wives, his 2 female servants, and his 11 sons, and crossed over the ford of Yavuk. He took them, sent them over the brook, and sent over what he did. Then Yaakov was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he did not prevail against him, he touched the socket of his hip, and the socket of Yaakov's hip was out of joint. He wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaks. But he said, I will not let you go unless you increase me. So he said to him, What is your name? And he said, Yaakov. And he said, You shall no longer be called Yaakov. Your name henceforth will be called Yisrael, as a prince with power from Elohim, and you shall overcome all men. Then Yaakov asked him, saying, Tell me your name, I petition. And he said, Why is it that you ask about my name? And he spoke an increase for him there. And Yaakov called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved. Just as he crossed over Peniel, the sun rose on him, and he limped on his hip. Therefore, to this day, the children of Israel do not eat the muscle that shrank, which is on the hip socket, because he touched the socket of Yaakov's hip in the muscle that shrank. As you can see, in here is another custom that has been illustrated. We find that this malach, which the Jewish rabbis believe was a malach of Edom or Esau, here what we find is that the malach touches what is described as a euphemism as a thigh. Actually, the euphemism is for the member of Yaakov, the penis. And we find this custom was before repeated with Abraham in Beresheeth, Genesis 24:2, when Abraham asks his son Eliezer, described as his servant, to put his hand under his thigh. Again, the euphemism is the same. So notice here the two co-sync and the custom applies. End note. Chapter 33. Now Yaakov lifted his eyes and looked, and there Esau was coming, and with him were 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 maidservants. And he put the maidservants and the children in front, Leah and her children behind, and Rachel and Joseph last. Then he crossed over before him, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. But Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted his eyes and saw the women and children, and said, Who are these with you? And he said, The children whom Elohim has graciously given your servant. Then the maidservants came near, they and their children, and bowed down. And Leah also came near with her children, and they bowed down. Afterward Joseph and Rachel came near, and they bowed down. Then Esau said, What do you mean by all this company which I met? And he said, These are to find favor in the sight of my master. But Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself. And Yaakov said, No, please, if I have now found favor in your sight, then receive my present from my hand, now that I have seen your face, as though I had seen the face of Elohim, and you were pleased with me. Please take my increase that is brought to you, because Elohim has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. Then Esau said, Let us take our journey, let us go, and I will go before you. But Jacob said to him, My master knows that the children are weak, and the flocks and herds which are nursing are with me. And if the men should drive them hard one day, all the flocks will die. Please let my master go on ahead before his servant. I will lead on slowly at a pace which the livestock that go before me and the children are able to endure until I come to my master in Seir. And Esau said, Now let me leave with you some of the people who are with me. But he said, What need is there? Let me find favor in the sight of my master. So Esau returned that day on his way to Seir. And Yaakov journeyed to Succoth, built himself a bayth, and made booths for his livestock. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. Then Yaakov came safely to the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Paddan Aram, and he pitched his tent before the city. And he bought the parcel of land where he had pitched his tent from the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. Then he erected an altar there and called it El Elohe Israel. Chapter 34. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she had borne to Yaakov, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Chavi, prince of the land, saw her, he seized her and lay with her and ravished her. His soul was strongly attached to Dinah, the daughter of Yaakov, and he loved the young woman and spoke romantically to the young woman. So Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, Get me this young woman as a wife. And Yaakov heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his livestock in the field. So Yaakov held his shalom until they came. Then Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Yaakov to speak with him. And the sons of Yaakov came in from the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved and very angry, because he had done a disgraceful thing in Israel by lying with Yaakov's daughters, a thing which ought not to be done. But Hamor spoke with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. Please give her to him as a wife, and make marriages with us. Give your daughters to us, and take our daughters to yourselves. So you shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade in it, and acquire possessions for yourselves in it. Then Shechem said to her father and her brothers, Let me find favor in your eyes, and whatever you say to me I will give. Ask me whatever dowry and gift, and I will give according to what you say to me, but give me the young woman as a wife. But the sons of Yaakov answered Shechem and Hamor his father, and spoke cunningly, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said to them, We cannot do this thing, to give our sisters to one who is uncircumcised, for that would be shameful to us. But on this condition we will consent to you, if you will become as we are, if every male of you is circumcised. Then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not heed us and be circumcised, then we will take our daughter and be gone. And their words pleased Hamor in his sight, and Shechem, Hamor's son. So the young man did not delay to do the thing, because he delighted in Yaakov's daughter. He was more honorable than all the household of his father. And Hamor and Shechem, his son, came to the gate of their city, and spoke with the men of their city, saying, These men are at shalom with us, therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade in it, for indeed the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us as wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only on this condition will the men consent to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us is circumcised as they are circumcised. Will not their livestock, their property, and every animal of theirs be ours? Only let us consent to them, and they will dwell with us. And all who went out of the gate of his city heeded Hamor and Shechem his son. Every male was circumcised, all who went out of the gate of his city. Now it came to pass on the third day, when they were in pain, that two of the sons of Yaakov, Shimon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, each took his sword, and came boldly upon the city, and killed all the males. And they killed Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah from Shechem's bayth, and went out. The sons of Yaakov came upon the slain and plundered the city because their sister had been defiled. They took their sheep, their oxen, and their donkeys, what was in the city and what was in the field, and all their wealth, all their little ones, and their wives they took captive, and they plundered even all that was in the houses. Then Yaakov said to Shimon and Levi, "You have troubled me by making me loathsome among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaani and the Perizzee, and since I am few in number, they will gather themselves together against me and kill me. I shall be destroyed, my household and I." But they said, "Should he treat our sister like a harlot?" Please take note, in the Eastern custom, where the Hebrew peoples have originally come from, the ancestors of our father Abraham, the custom is that a woman cannot be taken by force and then somebody rape her and then propose marriage. These things are not done. In such a scenario, always in the past, in the ancient past, even in the present time, if somebody was to rape a woman, then the punishment for that person would be death by their customs of the people, because it is considered dishonorable to bring dishonor to the whole family. Hence why at this juncture the brothers of Dinah felt that their sister was defiled by Gentiles, and therefore they could not have a relationship with them, because the defilement was caused by, one, that it was a Gentile, two, that he had not converted into our faith. The only way he could have married into the Israelite faith was to marry, and three, that a proper order hadn't followed. Therefore, had they given in at this juncture and said okay to the marriage, then Jacob's family would have been extremely humiliated for all times to remember that this is how some Gentiles were forcefully able to come into the family. So therefore, this punishment by death that was done by Shimon and Levi was done in the right order, that a message is sent for all times that Israel's daughters are not up to be defiled. Hence why Israel has been commanded by Yahweh not to marry our daughters or our sons into nations which were singled out, especially the 7 nations. However, Israelite men can marry daughters from those nations, have they in fact if they've been converted, only at that point. Otherwise, the injunction stands forever. And people also don't understand that when a woman is ravished or raped like this, she can never marry anybody else. She is no good to anybody else. Usually women like this, in the Eastern custom today and culture, will take their life and commit suicide, and because it brings dishonor and shame to the whole family. End note. Chapter 35. Then Elohim said to Yaakov, "Arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make an altar there to El, who appeared to when you were fled from the face of Esav your brother." And Yaakov said to his household and to all who were with him, "Put away the foreign powers that are among you, purify yourselves, and change your garments. Then let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make an altar there to El, who answered me in the day of my distress, and has been with me in the way which I have gone." So they gave Yaakov all the foreign powers which were in their hands, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Yaakov hid them under the terebinth tree which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of Elohim was upon the cities that were all around them, and they did not pursue the sons of Yaakov. So Yaakov came to Luz, that is Bethel, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all the people who were with him. And he built an altar there and called the place El Bethel, because there Elohim appeared to him, where he fled from the face of his brother. Now Devaria, Rivka's nurse, died, and she was buried below Bethel under the terebinth tree. So the name of it was called Elon Bechut. Then Elohim appeared to Yaakov again, when he came from Padan Aram, and spoke an increase for him. And Elohim said to him, "Your name is Yaakov. Your name shall not be called Yaakov any more, but Yisrael shall be your name." So he called his name Yisrael. Also Elohim said to him, "I am El Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall proceed from you, and sovereigns shall come from your body. The land which I gave Abraham and Yitzhak I give to you, and to your descendants after you I give this land. Then Elohim went up from him in the place where he talked with him. So Yaakov set up an altar in the place where he talked with him, an altar of stone, and he poured a drink offering on it, and he poured oil on it. And Yaakov called the name of the place where Elohim spoke with him Bethel. Then they journeyed from Bethel, and when there was but a little distance to go to Ephrath, Rachel labored in childbirth, and she had hard labor. Now it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said to her, Do not fear, you will have this son also. And so it was, as her soul was departing, for she died, that she called his name Ben-Oni, but his father called him Benjamin. So Rachel died and was buried on the way to Ephrath, that is, Bethlehem. And Yaakov set an altar on her grave, which is the altar of Rachel's grave to this day. Then Israel journeyed and pitched his tent beyond the tower of Eder. And it happened, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah his father's concubine. And Israel heard about it. Now the sons of Yaakov were 12. The sons of Leah were Reuben, Yaakov's Bechor, and Shimon, Levi, Yehudah, Yisachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Bilhah, Rachel's maidservant, were Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's maidservant, were Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Yaakov, who were born to him in Paddan Aram. Then Yaakov came to his father Yitzhak at Mamre, or Kiriath Arva, that is Hebron, where Abraham and Yitzhak had dwelt. Now the days of Yitzhak were 180 years. So Yitzhak breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people, being old and full of days, and his sons Esav and Yaakov buried him. Chapter 36. Now this is a genealogy of Esav, who is Edom. Esav took his wives from the daughters of Canaan: Adda, the daughter of Elam, the Hittite; Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zivon, the Chavi; and Basmath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. Now Adda bore Eliphaz to Esav, and Basmath bore Reuel. And Aholibamah bore Yeush, Yalam, and Korach. These were the sons of Esav, who were born to him in the land of Canaan. Then Esav took his wives, his sons, his daughters, and all the persons of his household, his cattle, and all his animals, and all his goods, which he had gained in the land of Canaan, and went to a country away from the presence of his brother Yaakov, for their possessions were too great for them to dwell together, and the land where they were strangers could not support them because of their livestock. So Esav dwelt in Mount Seir. Esav is Edom, and this is the genealogy of Esav, the father of the Edomi in Mount Seir. These were the names of Esav's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adda, the wife of Esav, and Reuel, the son of Basmath, the wife of Esav. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omer, Zepho, Gotham, and Kenaz. Now Timnah was a concubine of Eliphaz, Esav's son, and she bore Amalek to Eliphaz. These were the sons of Adah, Esav's wife. And these were the sons of Reuel: Nahath, Zerach, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Basmath, Esav's wife. These were the sons of Aholibamah, Esav's wife, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zivon, and she bore to Esav Yeush, Yalam, and Korach. And these were the chiefs of the sons of Esav. The sons of Eliphaz, the Bechor, son of Esav, were chief Teman, chief Omer, chief Zepho, chief Kenaz, chief Korach, chief Gatam, and chief Amalek. These were the chiefs of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adda. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esav's son: chief Nahath, chief Zerach, chief Shammah, and chief Mizah. These were the chiefs of Reuel in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Basmath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife, chief Yeush, chief Yalam, chief Korach. These were the chiefs who descended from Aholibamah, Esau's wife, the daughter of Anna. These were the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these were their chiefs. These are the sons of Seir the Horite, who inhabited the land: Lotan, Shoval, Zivon, Anna, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. These are the chiefs of the Huri, the sons of Seir in the land of Edom. And the sons of Lotan were Hori and Hemam, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the sons of Shoval were these: Alwan, Menahath, Eval, Shepho, and Onam. And these are the sons of Zivon, both Aya and Anna. This was that Anna that found the Maim in the wilderness, as he pastured the donkeys of his father Zivon. And the children of Anna were these: Dishon and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anna. And these are the sons of Dishon: Hamdan, Eshban, Yitran, and Keren. The sons of Ezer are these: Bilhan, Zavan, and Ekan. The sons of Dishan are these: Uz and Aran. These were the chiefs of the Huri: chief Lotan, chief Shaval, chief Zibon, chief Anna, chief Dishon, chief Ezer, and chief Dishan. These are the chiefs that came from the Huri, according to the chiefs in the land of Seir. And these are the sovereigns who reigned in the land of Edom, before any sovereign reigned over the children of Israel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhava. And when Bela died, Yobab, the son of Zerah of Batsra, reigned in his place. When Yobab died, Husham of the land of the Temanites reigned in his place. And when Husham died, Hadad, the son of Bedad, who attacked Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his place, and the name of his city was Avith. When Hadad died, Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his place. And when Samlah died, Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his place. When Saul died, Baal-Hanan, the son of Achbor, reigned in his place. When Baal-Hanan, the son of Achbor, died, Hadar reigned in his place. And the name of his city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehatawel, the daughter of Maturid, the daughter of Mezahav. And these are the names of the chiefs of Esav, according to their mishpachot, and their places by their names: chief Timnah, chief Alwa, chief Yatit, chief Aholibamah, chief Elah, chief Pinon, chief Kenaz, chief Taman, chief Mizwar, chief Magdiel, and chief Iram. These are the chiefs of Edom, according to their dwelling places in the land of their possessions. He is Esau, the father of the Adumi. Please take note. Timnah was the sister of Lotan, one of Esau's chiefs, and therefore the daughter of royalty. The rabbis relate that she sought to convert and join Abraham's household. She went to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but since they would not accept her, she went and became the concubine of Eliphaz. She declared, "Better for me to be a handmaiden to this nation, Israel, and not a noblewoman of that nation, the chiefs of Asaph." The Midrash Tanaim on Deuteronomy 32:47. The rabbis assert that Timnah's willingness to exchange her status of noble woman for that of concubine attests to her pure intent to convert. The patriarchs did not understand her true aim. Instead of rejecting her, they should have drawn her to the bosom of the way, which is known today as Judaism. They were accordingly punished for her union with Eliphaz, produce Amalek, who would cause Israel to suffer, according to the Babylonian Talmud Sanhedrin 99b. Also notice that in Hebrew, many names are pronounced differently to how they are written. Especially in this instance is a name that's written as Yaish, but is pronounced as Ya'ush. Because of the accepted rabbinic tradition, this is the way the pronunciation is, and it so happens to some other names as well. Also, although the description of Eliphaz's sons in this list is mentioned one son of Ada or Esav, who is Korah, while the list in verse 11 is correct, Eliphaz had 6 sons, but the man Korah was a product of Eliphaz's adultery with his father's wife. So footnote 5 in the Hidden Truths Hebraic Scrolls explains that as follows. Footnote 5, verse 5 above. So verse 5 explains that as follows. Aholibamah bore and Korah. The Korah was illegitimate. He was a son of Eliphaz, who had been intimate with his father's wife, Aholibamah, the wife of Esav. This is evidenced by the fact that he, Korah, is also listed among the chieftains of Eliphaz at the end of this chapter, from Genesis Rabbah 82:12. According to another tradition, the description of Eliphaz's marriage to Timnah teaches of corruption and degeneration among the descendants of Seir. The Midrash is based on the inconsistency concerning Timnah's lineage between Beresheeth 36:20-22, in which she is presented as a sister of Lothan, the son of Seir, and 1 Chronicles 1:36, and mentions her as a daughter of Eliphaz. The rabbis reconcile this discrepancy by explaining that Timnah was indeed Eliphaz's daughter as a result of his adulterous relations with Seir's wife. To compound his sin, Eliphaz took his own daughter as his concubine. The Torah charts the lineage of Esau's descendants at length in order to show that this lineage was founded in adultery. In this particular chapter, we notice in verse 24 says that these are the sons of Zivon, both Aya and Anna. This was that Anna that found the mime in the wilderness as he pastured the donkeys of his father Zivon. Now the word here donkeys, this is the crossbreed called mules. It was discovered here by these people with the donkeys in the wilderness. The stallion donkeys of his father coupled with mare horses and produce another sort of creature called mules, which are hybrid animals and do not conceive as they are sterile. This is the combined strength of the horse with the sure footing of the donkey to create the hybrid. End note. Chapter 37. Now Yaakov dwelt in the land where his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. This is a genealogy of Yaakov. Yosef, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brothers, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives, and Yosef brought a bad report of them to his father. Now Israel loved Yosef more than all his children, because he was a wise son to him, and he made him a tunic of fine white linen. And when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him, and could not speak peacefully to him. Now Yosef dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they continued to hate him. So he said to them, "Please hear this dream which I have dreamed. There we were, binding sheaves in the field, and behold, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright, and indeed your sheaves stood all around, and bowed down to my sheaf." And his brothers said to him, "Will you be sovereign over us, or will you indeed have power over us?" So their hatred continued for his dreams and for his words. Then he dreamed still another dream, and told it to his brothers, and said, "Look, I have dreamed another dream, and this time the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bow down to me." So he told this to his father and his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall your mother and I and your brothers indeed come to bow down to the earth before you?" And his brothers envied him, but his father kept the matter in mind. Then his brothers went to feed their father's flock in Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, "Are not your brothers feeding the flock in Shechem? Come, I will send you to them." So he said to him, "Here I am." Then he said to him, "Please go and see if it is well with your brothers, and well with the flocks, and bring back word to me." So he sent him out of the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. Now a certain man found him, and there he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What are you seeking? So he said, I am seeking my brothers. Please tell me where they are feeding their flocks. And the man said, They have departed from here, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. So Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. Now when they saw him afar off, even before he came near them, they conspired against him to kill him. They said to one another, Look, this master of dreams is coming. Come therefore, let us now kill him, and cast him into some pit, and we shall say, Some wild beast has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and he rescued him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said to them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit, which is in the wilderness, and do not lay a hand on him, that he might rescue him out of their hands, and bring him back to his father. So it came to pass, when Joseph had come to his brothers, that they stripped Joseph of his tunic, the tunic of fine white linen that was on him. Then they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty, there was no mime in it. And they sat down to eat a meal, and they lifted their eyes and looked, and there was a company of Ishmaelites come from Gilead with their camels, bearing spices, balm, and myrrh, on their way to carry them down to Mitzrayim. So Yehudah said to his brothers, What profit is there if we kill our brother and conceal his blood? Come, and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brothers listened. Then Midianite traders passed by, so the brothers pulled Joseph up and lifted him out of the pit, and sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver, and they took Joseph to Mitzrayim. Then Reuben returned to the pit, and indeed Joseph was not in the pit, and he tore his clothes. And he returned to his brothers and said, The lad is no more, and I, where shall I go? And they took Joseph's tunic, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the tunic in the blood. Then they sent the tunic of fine white linen, and they brought it to their father, and said, We have found this. Do you know whether it is your son's tunic or not? And he recognized it, and said, It is my son's tunic. A wild beast has devoured him. Without doubt, Joseph is torn to pieces. Then Yaakov tore his clothes, put sackcloth on his waist, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters arose to comfort him. But he refused to be comforted. And he said, For I shall go down into the grave to my son in mourning. Thus his father wept for him. Now the Midianites had sold him in Mitzrayim to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh and captain of the guard. Chapter 38. It came to pass at that time that Yehudah departed from his brothers, and visited a certain Adullamite, whose name was Hirah. And Yehudah, there he met a Canaanite, the daughter of Shua. He married her and went into her, and she conceived, and bore a son, and he called his name She conceived and birthed another son, and she called his name Onan. And she continued to conceive and birthed a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Chaziv when she birthed him. Then Yehudah took a wife for his Bechor, and her name was Tamar. But Yehudah's Bechor, was wicked in the sight of Yahweh, and Yahweh killed him. And Yehudah said to Onan, Go in to your brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up an heir to your brother. But Onan knew that the heir would not be his, and it came to pass, when he came to his brother's wife, that he omitted his seed on the ground, lest he should give an heir to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased Yahweh in his sight, therefore he killed him also. Then Yehudah said to Tamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow in your father's house, till my son Shelah is grown. For he said, Lest he also die as his brothers did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in the process of time, the daughter of Shua, Yehudah's wife, died, and Yehudah was comforted, and went up to his sheep shearers at Timnah, he and his friend Hira the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Look, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep. She took off her widow's garments. So she took off her widow's garments, covered herself with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place which was on the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given to him as a wife. When Yehudah saw her, he thought she was a harlot, because she had covered her face. Then he turned to her by the way, and said, Please, let me come in to you. For he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. She said, What will you give me, that you may come in to me? And he said, I will send you a young goat from the flock. And she said, Will you give me a pledge till you send it? Then he said, What pledge shall I give you? So she said, Your signet and cord, and your staff that is in your hand. Then he gave them to her, and had sexual relations with her, and she conceived by him. So she arose and went away, and laid aside her veil, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehudah sent the young goat by the hand of his friend the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he did not find her. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot who was openly by the roadside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Yehudah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said, There was no harlot in this place. Then Yehudah said, Let her take them for herself, lest we be shamed, for I sent this young goat, and you have not found her. And it came to pass, about 3 months after that, Yehudah was told, saying, Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot. Furthermore, she is with child by harlotry. So Yehudah said, Bring her out and let her be burned. When she was brought out, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man to whom these belong, I am with child. And she said, Please determine whose these are, the signet and cord and staff. Therefore Yehudah acknowledged them, and said, She has been more right ruling than I, because I did not give her to Shelah my son, and he never ceased from having a relation with her again. Now it came to pass, at the time for giving birth, that behold, twins were in her womb. And so it was, when she was giving birth, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took a scarlet thread, and bound it on his hand, saying, This one came out first. Then it happened, as he drew back his hand, that his brother came out unexpectedly. And she said, How did you break through? This breach be upon you. Therefore his name was called Pharez. Afterwards his brother came out, who had the scarlet thread on his hand, and his name was called Zerach. Chapter 39. Now Yosef had been taken down to Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, a Mizri, brought him from the Ishmaelites, who had taken him down there. Yahweh was with Yosef, and he was a successful man, and he was in the house of his master, the Mitzri. And his master saw that Yahweh was with him, and that Yahweh made all he did to prosper in his hand. So Yosef found favor in his sight, and served him, and he made him overseer of his house, and his entire belongings he put in his hand. So it was from the time that he had made him overseer of his house, and all that he had, that Yahweh increased the Mitzrayim, both for Yosef's sake, and the increase of Yahweh was all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Yosef's hand, and he did not know what he had except for the lachem which he ate, and Yosef was handsome in form and appearance. Now it came to pass after these things, that his master's wife cast longing eyes on Yosef, and she said, Lie down with me. But he refused, and said to his master's wife, Look, my master does not know what is with me in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither has he kept back anything from me but you, because you are his wife. Then how can I do this great wickedness, and sin against Elohim? And so it was, as she spoke to Yosef day by day, that he did not heed her to lie with her, or to be with her. As it happened about this time, when Joseph went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the house were inside, and she caught him by his garment, saying, Lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and ran outside. And so it was, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and fled outside, then she called to the men of her house, and spoke to them, saying, See, he has brought in to us an Abrahu, Hebrew, to mock us. He came in to me to lie with me, and I cried out with a loud voice. And it happened, when he heard that I lifted my voice and cried out, that he left his garment with me, and fled, and went outside. So she kept his garment with her until his master came home. Then she spoke to him with words like these, saying, The Abrahu servant whom you brought to us came in to me to mock me. So it happened, as I lifted my voice and cried out, that he left his garment with me, and fled outside. So it was, when his master heard the words which his wife spoke to him, saying, Your servant did to me after this manner, that he was very angry. Then Joseph's master seized him, and put him into the prison, a place where the sovereign's prisoners were confined, and he was there in the prison. But Yahweh was with Joseph, and showed him loving kindness, and he gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison, and whatever they did there, he was in charge. The keeper of the prison did not look into anything that was under Joseph's hands, because Yahweh was with him, and whatever he did, Yahweh made it to prosper. Chapter 40. It came to pass after these things that the cupbearer and the baker of the sovereign of Mitzrayim offended their masters, the sovereign of Mitzrayim, Egypt. And Pharaoh was angry with his two officers, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. So he put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, in the prison, the place where Joseph was confined. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them, so they were in custody for a while. Then the cupbearer and the baker of the sovereign of Mitzrayim, who were confined in the prison, dreamed a dream, both of them, each man's dream in one night, and each man's dream with its own interpretation. And Joseph came into them in the morning, and looked at them, and saw that they were sad. So he asked Pharaoh's officers who were with him in the custody of his master's house, saying, Why do you look so sad today? And they said to him, We each have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said to them, Do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell them to me, please. Then the chief cupbearer told his dream to Joseph, and he said to him, Behold, in my dream a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches. It was as though it budded, its blossoms shot forth, and its clusters brought forth ripe grapes. Then Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said to him, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Now within 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your place, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand according to the former manner when you were his cupbearer. But remember me when it is well with you, and please show favor to me, and make mention of me to Pharaoh, and get me out of this bath. For indeed I was stolen away from the land of the Abrahu, and also I have done nothing here that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said to Joseph, I also was in my dream, and there I had 3 white baskets on my head. In the uppermost basket there were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, and the birds ate them out of the basket on my head. So Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days Pharaoh will lift off your head from you, and hang you on a tree, and by the birds will eat your flesh from you. Now it came to pass on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast for all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief cupbearer to his cupbearer's position again, and he placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. Chapter 41. Then it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh had a dream, and behold, he stood by the river. Suddenly there came up out of the river 7 cows, fine looking and fat, and they fed in the meadow. Then behold, 7 other cows came up after them out of the river, ugly and gaunt, and stood by the other cows on the bank of the river. And the ugly and the gaunt cows ate up the 7 fine-looking and fat cows. So Pharaoh awoke. He slept and dreamed a second time, and suddenly 7 heads of grain came up on one stalk, plump and good. And behold, 7 thin heads, scorched by the east wind, sprang up after them. And the 7 thin heads devoured the 7 plump and full heads. So Pharaoh awoke, and indeed it was a dream. Now it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Mitzrayim and all its wise men, and Pharaoh told them his dream, but there was no one who could interpret them for Pharaoh. Then the chief cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, I remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was angry with his servants, and put me in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, both me and the chief baker. And we each dreamed a dream in one night. He and I, each of us dreamed according to the interpretation of his own dream. Now there was a young man with us there, an Abrahu, a Hebrew, a servant of the captain of the guard, and we told him, and he interpreted our dreams for us. To each man, according to his dream, he did interpret. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it happened. I was restored to my office, and the baker was hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him quickly out of the dungeon. And he shaved, changed his clothing, and came to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have had a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. And I have heard it said of you that you can understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. Elohim will give Pharaoh an answer of shalom. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, Behold, in my dream I stood on the bank of the river. Suddenly 7 cows came up out of the river, fine looking and fat, and they fed in the meadow. And behold, 7 other cows came up after them, poor and very ugly and gaunt, such ugliness as I have never seen in all the land of Mitzrayim. And the gaunt and ugly cows ate up the first 7 fat cows. When they had eaten them up, no one would have known that they had eaten them, for they were just as ugly as at the beginning, so I woke. Also I saw in my dream, and suddenly 7 heads came up on one stalk, full and good. Then behold, 7 heads, withered, thin, and scorched by the east wind, sprang up after them. And the thin heads devoured the 7 good heads, and I told this to the magicians, but there was no one who could explain it to me. Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, The dreams of Pharaoh are one. Elohim has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ugly cows which came up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty heads, scorched by the east wind, are 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken to Pharaoh. Elohim has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. Indeed, 7 years of great plenty will come throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. But after them 7 years of famine will arise, and all the plenty will be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim, and the famine will deplete the land. And the plenty will not be known in the land because of the famine following, for it will be very severe. And the dream was repeated to Pharaoh twice, because the thing is established by Elohim, and Elohim will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore let Pharaoh select a discerning and wise man, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, to collect 1/5 of the produce of the land of Mitzrayim, in the 7 plentiful years, and let them gather all the food of those good years that are coming, and store up grain under the authority of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And that food shall be a reserve for the land for the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Mitzrayim, so that the land may not perish during the famine. So the advice was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said to his servants, Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom is the Ruach of Elohim? Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, Because Elohim has shown you all this, there is no one as discerning and wise as you. You shall be over my Baith, and all my people shall be ruled according to your word. Only in regard to the throne will I be greater than you. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, See, I have set you over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh took his signet ring from his own hand, and put it on Joseph's hand, and he clothed him in garments of fine linen, and put a gold chain around his neck. And he had him ride in the second chariot which he had, and they cried out before him, Bow the knee, and he set him over all the land of Mitzrayim. Pharaoh also said to Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without your consent no man may lift his hand or foot in all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zephanath Paneach, and he gave him as wife Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, Kohen of On. So Joseph went out over all the land of Mitzrayim. Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Now in the 7 plentiful years the land brought forth abundantly. So he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Mitzrayim, and laid up the food in the cities. He laid up in every city the food of the fields which surrounded them. Joseph gathered very much grain as the sand of the sea, until he stopped counting, for it was without number. And to Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asenath the daughter of Potipharah, Kohen of On, bore to him. Joseph called the name of the Bechor Manasseh, for Elohim has made me forget all my toil, all my father's Baith. And name of the second he called Ephraim, for Elohim has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenty that was in the land of Mitzrayim ended, and the 7 years of famine began to come, as Joseph had said. The famine was in all lands, but in all the land of Mitzrayim there was lachem. And when all the land of Mitzrayim was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for lachem. And Pharaoh said to all the Mitzrayim, Go to Joseph, whatever he says to you, do. The famine was over all the face of the earth, and Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Mitzrayim, and the famine became severe in the land of Mitzrayim. So all the countries came to Joseph in Mitzrayim to buy grain, because the famine was severe in all the lands. Note, if something is repeated twice, then that thing is certain to come to pass. Joseph was about to get a name change. This is reflected in Tehillim, Psalms 81, verse 5. The name in Tehillim is spelled with an extra he, indicating Yahweh added favor upon Joseph, now known as Yahoseph. When the Malach Gabriel taught him the 70 languages that he needed to become Prime Minister of Egypt, as it was custom, in order to speak before Pharaoh, you needed to know the 70 languages, otherwise you could not stand before Pharaoh. In the Talmud, Rabbi ben Ava said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, at the moment when Pharaoh said to Joseph, And without you shall no man lift up his hand, Pharaoh's astrologers exclaimed, Wilt thou set in power over us a slave whom his master bought for 20 pieces of silver? He replied to them, Discern in him royal characteristics. They said to him, In that case he must be acquainted with the 70 languages. The Malach Gabriel came and taught Joseph the 70 languages, but he could not learn them. Thereupon Gabriel added to his name a letter from the name of the set-apart one, benevolent be he, and he learned the languages. Surah 36b. Before Joseph was made Prime Minister of Egypt, he had to go through a trial and had to be able to speak 70 languages. As this change was brought by Pharaoh's officers and wise men, Yahweh dispatched a Malach who taught Joseph 70 languages, and he took the office of the Prime Minister in Egypt. Joseph would not marry the daughter of a heathen priest. This was a daughter of Dinah, according to the Pirkei Rabbi Eliezer. So Joseph got everything right according to the Torah, including marrying a right-ruling woman. And note. Chapter 42. When Yaakov saw that there was grain in Mitzrayim, Yaakov said to his sons, "Why do you look at one another?" And he said, "Indeed, I have heard that there is grain in Mitzrayim. Go down to that place and buy for us there, that we may live and not die." So Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Mitzrayim. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Yaakov, did not send with his brothers, for he said, lest some calamity befall him. And the sons of Israel went to buy grain among those who journeyed, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. Now Joseph was governor over the country, and it was he who sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed down before him with their faces to the earth. Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them, but he acted as a stranger to them, and he spoke harshly to them. And he said to them, "Where do you come from?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan, to buy food." So Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he had dreamed about them, and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to scrutinize the tracts of the country." And they said to him, "No, my master, but your servants have come to buy food. We are all one man's sons. We are honest men. Your servants are not spies." And he said to them, "No, but you have come to see the inner workings of the country." And they said, "Your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan, and in fact the youngest is with our father today, and one is no more." But Joseph said to them, "It is as I spoke to you, saying, You are spies. In this manner you shall be tested. By the life of Pharaoh you shall not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you and let him bring your brother, and you shall be kept in prison, that your words may be tested to see whether there is any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh surely you are spies." So he put them all together in prison 3 days. Then Joseph said to them the 3rd day, "Do this and live, for I fear Elohim. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers be confined to your prison house, but you go and carry grain for the famine of your houses, and bring your youngest brother to me, so your words will be verified, and you shall not die." And they did so. Then they said to one another, "We are truly guilty concerning our brother, for we saw the anguish of his soul when he pleaded with us, and we would not hear. Therefore this distress has come upon us." And Reuben answered them, saying, "Did I not speak to you, saying, Do not transgress against a young man? And you would not listen. Therefore, behold, his blood is now required of us." But they did not know that Joseph understood them, for he spoke to them through an interpreter. And he turned himself away from them into a private area and wept. And he returned to them again and talked with them, and he took Shimon from them and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph gave a command to fill their sacks with grain, and to restore every man's money to his sack, and to give them provisions for the journey, and thus he did for them. And they loaded their donkeys with the grain, and departed from there. And as one of them opened his sack to give his donkey feed at the encampment, he saw his money, and there it was in the mouth of his sack. And he said to his brothers, My money has been restored, and there it is in my sack. And their hearts failed them, and they were afraid, saying to one another, What is this that Elohim has done to us? And they came to Jacob their father to the country of Canaan, and told him all that had happened to them, saying, The man who is master of the land spoke harshly to us, and took us for spies of the land. And we said to him, We are honest men, we are not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is no more, and the youngest is with our father this day in the country of Canaan. Then the man, the master of the country, said to us, By this I will know that you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me. Take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother to me. Then I shall know that you are not spies, but that you are honest men. So I will hand over your brother to you, and you may trade in this country. And it happened, as they emptied their sacks, that surprisingly each man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Jacob their father said to them, You have bereaved me. Joseph is no more. Shimon is no more. And you want to take Benjamin away? All these things are come upon me. Then Reuben spoke to his father, saying, Kill my 2 sons, if I do not bring him back to you. Put him in my hands, and I will bring him back to you. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If any calamity should befall him along the way in which you go, then you would bring down my grey hair with sorrow to the grave. Chapter 43. Now the famine was severe in the land, and it came to pass, when they had eaten up the grain which they had brought from Mitzrayim, that their father said to them, Go back, buy us a little more food. And Yehudah spoke to him, saying, The man solemnly warned us, saying, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. If you send our brother with us, we will go down and buy your food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down, for the man said to us, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. And Israel said, Why did you deal so wrongfully with me, as to tell the man whether you had still another brother? And they said, The man asked us pointedly about ourselves, Na mishpacha, saying, Is your father still alive? Have you another brother? And we told him according to these words. Could we possibly have known that he would say, Bring your brother down? Then Yehudah said to Israel his father, Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you and also our little ones. I will guarantee his safety from my hand. You shall require him, if I do not bring him back to you, and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For if we had not lingered, surely by now we would have returned the second time. And their father Israel said to them, If it must be so, then do this. Take some of the best fruits of this country in your vessels, and carry down a present for the man, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, pistachio nuts and almonds. And take double money in your hand, and take back in your hand the money that was returned in the mouth of your sacks. Perhaps it was an oversight. Take your brother also, and arise, go back to the man. And may El Shaddai give you loving kindness before the man, that he may release your other brother and Benjamin. If I lose my children, then I lose my children. So the men took that present and Benjamin, and they took double money in their hand, and arose and went down to Mitzrayim, and they stood before Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the steward of his house, Take these men to my home, and slaughter an animal, and make ready, for these men will dine with me at noon." Then the men did as Joseph ordered, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. Now the men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house, and they said, "It is because of the money which was returned in our sacks the first time, that we are brought in, so that he may seek an occasion against us, and fall upon us, to take us as slaves with our donkeys." When they drew near to the steward of Joseph's house, they talked with him at the door of the house, and said, "O sir, we indeed come down the first time to buy food, and it happened, when we came to the encampment, that we opened our sacks, and there each man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight. So we have brought it back in our hand, and we have brought down our other money in our hands to buy food. We do not know who put our money in our sacks." And he said, "Shalom Aleichem, do not be afraid. Your power and the Elohim of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money." Then he brought Shimon out to them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them ma'im, and they washed their feet, and he gave their donkeys feed. Then they made the present ready for Joseph's coming at noon, for they heard that they would eat lachem there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed down before him to the earth. Then he asked them about their well-being, and said, "Is your elderly father well? The one of whom you spoke, is he still alive?" And they answered, "Your servant our father is in good health. He is still alive." And they bowed their heads down and prostrated themselves. Then he lifted his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, "Is this your younger brother, of whom you spoke to me?" And he said, "Elohim be gracious to you, my son." Now his heart yearned for his brother, so Joseph hurried and sought somewhere to weep. And he went into his chamber and wept there. And he washed his face and went out, and he restrained himself and said, "Serve the lachem." So they set him a place by himself, and them by themselves, and the Mitzrim who ate with him by themselves, because a Mitzrim could not eat food with the Abrahu, for that is a ritual defilement to the Mitzrim. And they set before him the Bechor according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men looked in astonishment at one another. Then he took servings to them from before him, but Benjamin's serving was 5 times as much as any of theirs. So they drank and were merry with him. Please note that the food that was served here was kosher, because a servant of Joseph was actually a converted Hebrew, and he knew exactly how to kosher the lamb. Therefore, these brothers could eat together, as it wasn't unkosher meals. End note. Chapter 44. And he commanded the steward of his baith, saying, "Fill the men's sack with food, as much as they can carry, and put each man's money in the mouth of his sack. Also put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and his grain money." So he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning dawned, the men were sent away, they and their donkeys. And when they had gone out of the city, and were not yet far off, Joseph said to his steward, "Get up, follow the men, and when you overtake them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid evil for good? Is not this the one from which my master drinks, and with which he forecasts? You have done evil in so doing.'" So he overtook them, and he spoke to them these same words. And they said to him, "Why does my master say these words? Far be it from us that your servants should do such a thing. Look, we brought back to you from the land of Canaan the money which we found in the mouth of our sacks. How then could we steal silver or gold from your master's baith? With whomever of your servants it is found, let him die, and we also will be my master's slaves." And he said, "Now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found shall be my slave, and you shall be blameless." Then each man speedily let down his sack to the ground, and each opened his sack. And he searched, and he began with the eldest, and left off with the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they tore their clothes, and each man loaded his donkey, and returned to the city. And Yehudah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, for he was still there, and they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said to them, "What deed is this you have done? Did you not know that such a man as I can certainly forecast?" And Yehudah said, "What shall we say to my master? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? Elohim has found out the iniquity of your servants. See, we are my master's slaves, both we and he also with whom the cup was found." And he said, "Far be it from me that I should do so, but the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my slave. And as for you, go up in peace to your father." Then Yehudah came near to him and said, "O my master, please let your servant speak a word in my master's hearing, and do not let your anger burn against your servant, for you are even like Pharaoh." My master asked his servant, saying, "Have you a father or a brother?" And we said to my master, "We have a father, an elderly man, and a child of his old age, who is young. His brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother's children, and his father loves him. And you said to your servants, Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes on him. And we said to my master, The lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die. And you said to your servants, Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you shall see my face no more. So it was, when we went up to your servant, my father, that we told him the words of my master. And our father said, Go back and buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother is with us, then we will go down, for we may not see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us. And your servant my father said to us, You know that my wife bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me, and I said, Surely he is torn to pieces, and I have not seen him since. And if you take this one also from me, and calamity befalls him, you shall bring down my grey hair with sorrow to the grave. Now therefore, when I come to your servant my father, and the lad is not with us, since his life is bound up in the lad's life, it will happen when he sees that the lad is not with us, that he will die, and your servants will bring down the grey hair of your servant our father with sorrow to the grave. For your servant became pledge for the lad to my father, saying, If I do not bring him back to you, then I shall bear the blame before my father forever. Now therefore please let your servant remain instead of the lad as a slave to my master, and let the lad go up with his brothers. For how shall I go up to my father if the lad is not with me, lest perhaps I see the evil that would come upon my father? Chapter 45. Then Joseph could not restrain himself before all those who stood by him, and he cried out, Make everyone go out from me. So no one stood with him, while Joseph made himself known to his brothers. And he wept aloud, and the midstream and the bite of Pharaoh heard it. Then Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph. Does my father still live? And his brothers could not answer him, for they trembled in his presence. And Joseph said to his brothers, Please come near to me. And they came near, and he said, I am Joseph your brother, whom you sold into Mitzrayim. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, because you sold me here. For Elohim sent me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years the famine has been in the land, and yet there are still 5 years in which there will be neither plowing nor harvesting. And Elohim sent me before you to preserve a posterity for you in the earth, and to rescue your lives by a great rescue. So now it was not you who sent me here, but Elohim, and he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and master of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Hurry and go up to my father, and say to him, Thus says your son Joseph, Elohim has made me master of all Mitzrayim. Come down to me, do not tarry. You shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near to me, you and your children, your children's children, your flocks and your herds, and all that you have. And there I will provide for you, for there are still 5 years of famine, lest you and your household and all that you have come to poverty. And behold, your eyes and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see that it is my mouth that speaks to you. So you shall tell my father of all my splendor in Mitzrayim, and of all that you have seen, and you shall hurry and bring my father down here. Then he fell on his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept on his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brothers and wept over them, and after that his brothers talked with him. Now the report of it was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brothers have come. And it pleased Pharaoh and his servants well in their sight. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, Say to your brothers, do this, load your animals, and depart, go to the land of Canaan. Bring your father and your households, and come to me, and I will give you the best of the land of Mitzrayim, and you will eat the finest portions of the land. Now you are commanded, do this, take carts out of the land of Mitzrayim for your little ones and your wives, bring your father and come. Also, do not be concerned about your goods, for the best of all the land of Mitzrayim is yours. And the sons of Israel did so, and Joseph gave them carts according to the command of Pharaoh, and he gave them provisions for the journey. He gave to all of them, to each man, changes of garments, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of garments. And he sent to his father these things: 10 donkeys loaded with the good things of Mitzrayim, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain, lachem, and food for his father for the journey. So he sent his brothers away, and they departed, and he said to them, See that you do not cause a disturbance along the way. Then they went up out of Mitzrayim, and came to the land of Canaan, to Yaakov their father. And they told him, saying, Joseph is still alive, and he is ruler over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Yaakov's heart fainted, because he did not believe them. And when they told him all the words which Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the carts which Joseph had sent to carry him, the Ruach spirit of Yaakov their father lived. And Israel said, It is enough, Joseph my son is still alive. I will go and see him before I die. Please note, when the passage says that his Ruach lived, basically what this is telling us, that the Holy Spirit had left Yaakov, because he was in such a depression and crying state for all those years, that the Holy Spirit departed. So at this point, the Holy Spirit comes back to reinvigorate him. So we are instructed in the Torah not to be in a state of grief for a long period of time. End note. Chapter 46. So Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices to the Elohim's father Yitzhak. And Elohim spoke to Israel in the visions of the night, and said, Yaakov, Yaakov. And he said, Here I am. And he said, I am El, the Elohim of your father. Do not fear to go down to Mitzrayim, for I will make of you a great nation there. I will go down with you to Mitzrayim, and I will also surely bring you up again, and Joseph's own hand will close your eyes. And Yaakov arose from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried their father Yaakov, their little ones, and their wives, in the carts which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their livestock and their goods, which they had acquired in the land of Canaan, and went to Mitzrayim, Yaakov and all his descendants with him, his sons and his sons' sons, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his descendants he brought with him to Mitzrayim. Now these are the names of the children of Israel who went to Mitzrayim: Yaakov and his sons, Reuben, Yaakov's Bechor. The sons of Reuben, Hanuch, Palu, Chetzron, and Carmi. The sons of Shimon, Yemuel, Yamin, Ohad, Yakin, Zochar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Yehudah, Onan, Shelach, Pharetz, and Zerach. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan, and the sons of Pharez were Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Puva, Yov, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun, Sered, Elon, and Yachleel. These were the sons of Leah, which she bore to Yaakov in Paddan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the persons of his sons and his daughters were 33. The sons of Gad, Ziphion, Hagi, Shuni, Etzvon, Eri, Arodi, and Arili. The sons of Asher, Yimnah, Ishua, Isui, Beriah, and Sirah, their sister, and the sons of Beriah, Chaver, and Malchiel. These were the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah, his daughter, and these she bore to Yaakov, 16 persons. The sons of Rachel, Yaakov's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. And to Joseph in the land of Mitzrayim were born Manasseh and Ephraim, who Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, Kohen of On, bore to him. The sons of Benjamin, Bela, Bakar, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, Mupim, Hupim, and Ard. These were the sons of Rachel, who were born to Yaakov, 14 persons in all. The sons of Dan, Hushim, and the sons of Naphtali, Yechaziel, Guni, Yetzer, and Shilem. These were the sons of Bilhah, who Laban gave to Rachel, his daughter, and she bore these to Yaakov, 7 persons in all. All the persons who went with Yaakov to Mitzrayim, who came from his body, beside Yaakov's sons' wives, were 66 persons in all. And the sons of Joseph, who were born to him in Mitzrayim, were 2 persons. All the persons of the house of Yaakov who went to Mitzrayim were 70. Then he sent Yehudah before him to Joseph, to point out before him the way to Goshen, and they came to the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariot, and went up to Goshen to meet his father Israel. And he presented himself to him, and fell on his neck, and wept on his neck a good while. And Israel said to Joseph, Now let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are still alive. And Joseph said to his brothers, and to his father's household, I will go up and tell Pharaoh, and say to him, My brothers and those of my father's house, who were in the land of Canaan, have come to me. And the men are shepherds, for their occupation has been to feed livestock, and they have brought their flocks, their herds, and all that they have. So it shall be, when Pharaoh calls you, and says, What is your occupation? That you shall say, Your servant's occupation has been with livestock from our youth even till now, both we and also our fathers, that you may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is ritually unclean to the Mitzrayim. Chapter 47. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh, and said, My father and my brothers, their flocks and their herds, and all that they possess have come from the land of Canaan, and indeed they are in the land of Goshen. And he took 5 men from among his brothers, and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his brothers, What is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh, Your servants are shepherds, both we and also our father. And they said to Pharaoh, We have come to dwell in the land, because your servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is severe in the land of Canaan. Now therefore please, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen. Then Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, saying, Your father and your brothers have come to you. The land of Mitzrayim is before you. Have your father and brothers dwell in the best of the land. Let them dwell in the land of Goshen. And if you know any competent men among them, then make them chief herdsmen over my livestock. And Joseph brought in his father Yaakov, and set him before Pharaoh, and Yaakov spoke an increase for Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Yaakov, How old are you? And Yaakov said to Pharaoh, The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life, and they have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my avot in the days of their pilgrimage. So Yaakov spoke the increase for Pharaoh, and went out from before Pharaoh. And Joseph situated his father and his brothers, and gave them a possession in the land of Mitzrayim, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. Then Joseph provided his father, his brothers, and all his father's household with lachem, according to the number in their mishpachot. Now there was no lachem in all the land, for the famine was very severe, so that the land of Mitzrayim, and all the land of Canaan, languished because of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Mitzrayim and the land of Canaan, for the grain which they bought, and Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. So when the money failed in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, all the Mitzrayim came to Joseph and said, "Give us lachem, for why should we die in your presence? For the money has failed." Then Joseph said, "Give me your livestock, and I will give you lachem for your livestock, if the money is gone." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and Joseph gave them lachem in exchange for the horses, the flocks, the cattle of the herds, and for the donkeys. Thus he fed them with lachem in exchange for all the livestock that year. When that year had ended, they came to him the next year and said to him, "We will not hide from my master that our money is gone. My master also has our herds of livestock. There is nothing left in the sight of my master but our bodies and our lands. Why should we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for lachem, and we and our land will be servants of Pharaoh. Give us seed, that we may live and not die, that the land may not be desolate." Then Joseph bought all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh, for every man of the Mitzri sold his field, because a famine was severe upon them, so the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he moved them into the cities from one end of the borders of Mitzrayim to the other end. Only the land of the priests he did not buy, for the priests had rations allotted to them by Pharaoh, and they ate their rations which Pharaoh gave them. Therefore they did not sell their lands. Then Joseph said to the people, "Indeed, I have bought you and your land this day for Pharaoh. Look, here is seed for you, and you shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the harvest that you shall give 1/5 to Pharaoh, and 4/5 shall be your own, as seed for the field, and for your food, and for those of your households, and as food for your little ones." So they said, "You have rescued our lives. Let us find favor in the sight of my master, and we will be Pharaoh's servants." And Joseph made it a law over the land of Mitzrayim to this day, that Pharaoh should have 1/5, except for the land of the priests only, which did not become Pharaoh's. So Israel dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the province of Goshen, and they had possessions there, and grew and multiplied exceedingly. And Yaakov lived in the land of Mitzrayim 17 years, so the length of Yaakov's life was 147 years. When the time drew near that Israel must die, he called his son Joseph and said to him, "Now, if I have found favor in your sight, please put your hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Please do not bury me in Mitzrayim, but let me lie with my Ahvoth. You shall carry me out of Mitzrayim, and bury me in their burial place." And he said, "I will do as you have said." Then he said, "Swear to me." And he swore to him. So Israel bowed himself on the head of the bed. Chapter 48. Now it came to pass after these things that Joseph was told, "Indeed, your father is sick." And he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And Yaakov was told, "Look, your son Joseph is coming to you." And Israel strengthened himself and sat up on the bed. And Yaakov said to Joseph, "El Shaddai appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and appointed an increase for me, and said to me, Behold, I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and I will make of you a congregation of people, and will give this land to your seed after you as an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, who were born to you in the land of Mitzrayim, before I came to you in Mitzrayim, are mine, as Reuben and Shimon, they shall be mine. Your offspring, whom you beget after them, shall be yours, and will be called by the name of their brothers in their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died beside me in the land of Canaan, on the way when there was but a little distance to go to Ephrath, and I buried her there on the way to Ephrath, that is, Bethlehem. Then Yisrael saw Joseph's sons, and said, Who are these? And Joseph said to his father, They are my sons, whom Elohim has given me in this place. And he said, Please bring them to me, and I will bring an increase upon them. Now the eyes of Israel were dim with age, so that he could not see. Then Joseph brought them near him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. And Israel said to Joseph, I had not thought to see your face, and in fact Elohim has also shown me your children. So Joseph brought them from beside his knees, and he bowed down with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim with his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh with his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near him. And Israel stretched out his right hand, and laid it on Ephraim's head, which was a younger, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, guiding his hands knowingly, for Manasseh was a Bechor. And he spoke an increase for Joseph, and said, Elohim, before whom my Avot, Abraham and Yitzchak walked, the Elohim who has fed me all my life long to this day, the Malach of Yahweh, who has redeemed me from all evil, increase the lads, let my name be named upon them, and the name of my Avot, Abraham and Yitzchak, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. Now when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand on the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, and he took hold of his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. And Joseph said to his father, Not so, my father, for this one is the Bechor. Put your right hand on his head. But his father refused and said, I know, my son, I know. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great, but truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his descendants shall become a multitude of nations, Melo Hagoim. And he spoke and increased to them that day, saying, In you shall Israel increase, saying, Elohim, make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph, Behold, I am dying, but Elohim will be with you, and bring you back to the land of your Avot. Moreover, I have given to you one portion above your brothers, which I took from the hand of the Amori with my sword and my bow. Chapter 49. And Yaakov called his sons and said, Gather together, that I may tell you what shall befall you in the last days. Gather together and hear, you sons of Yaakov, and listen to Israel your father. Reuben, you are my Bechor, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity and the excellency of power. Unstable as Maim, you shall not excel, because you went up to your father's bed, then you defiled it. He went up to my couch. Shimon and Levi are brothers, weapons of violence are their merchandise. Let not my soul enter their council, let not my respect be united to their assembly, for in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dug up the wall. Cursed be their anger, for it is fierce, and their wrath, for it is cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov, and scatter them in Israel. Yehudah, you are he whom your brothers shall praise. Your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies, your father's children shall bow down before you. Yehudah is a young eagle from the prey. My son, you have gone up. He bows down. He stooped down as an eagle, and as a lion, who shall rouse him? The scepter shall not depart from Yehudah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, to witness Shiloh, and he comes to receive homage from the people. Binding his donkey to the vine, and his donkey's colt to the choice wine, he washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker than wine, and his teeth whiter than milk. Zebulun shall dwell by the haven of the sea. He shall become a haven for ships, and his border shall adjoin Sidon. Yisachar is a strong donkey, lying down between two burdens. He saw that rest was good, and that the land was pleasant, and he bowed his shoulder to bear a burden, and became a band of slaves. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a servant by the way, a viper by the path that bites the horse's heels, so that its rider shall fall backward. I have waited for your Yahushua. O Yahweh, God a troop shall tramp upon him, but he shall triumph at last. Out of Asher his lachem shall be rich, and he shall yield food fit for sovereigns. Naphtali is a deer let loose, he gives goodly words. Joseph is a fruitful son through the eyes. His daughters run over the wall. The archers have bitterly grieved him, shot at him and hated him. But his bow remained in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty Elohim of Jacob. From there is a shepherd, the stone of Israel, by the El of your father, who will help you, and by the Almighty, who will increase you with increases of Shemaim above, increases of the deep that lies beneath, increases of the breast and of the womb. The increases of your father have excelled the increases of my ancestors up to the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him who was separate from his brothers. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this is what their father spoke to them, and he increased them. He increased each one according to his own increasing. Then he charged them and said to them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my Ahvoth in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the tomb that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite as a possession for a burial place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Yitzchak and Rivkah his wife, and there I buried Leah. The field and the cave that is there were purchased from the sons of Heth. And when Yaakov had finished commanding his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed, and breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Chapter 50. Then Joseph fell on his father's face, and wept over him, and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Israel. And 40 days were required for him, for such are the days required for those who are embalmed. And the Mitzrim mourned for him 70 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spoke to the household of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found favor in your eyes, please speak in the hearing of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Behold, I am dying in my grave, which I dug for myself in the land of Canaan. There you shall bury me. Now therefore, please let me go up and bury my father, and I will come back. And Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father, as he made you swear. So Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Mitzrayim, as well as all the Beit of Joseph, his brothers, and his father's Beit, only their little ones, their flocks, and their herds, they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great gathering. Then they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Jordan, and they mourned there with a great and very solemn lamentation, and he observed 7 days of mourning for his father. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning at the threshing floor of Atad, they said, This is a deep mourning of the Mitzrim. Therefore its name was called Avel Mitzrim, which is beyond the Jordan. So his sons did for him just as he had commanded them, for his sons carried him to the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre, which Abraham bought with the field from Ephron the Hittite as property for a burial place. And after he had buried his father, Joseph returned to Mitzrayim, he and his brothers, and all who went up with him to bury his father. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, "Perhaps Joseph will hate us and may actually repay us for all the evil which we did to him." So they sent messengers to Joseph, saying, "Before your father died, he commanded, saying, 'Thus you shall say to Joseph, I beg you, please, forgive the trespass of your brothers and their transgression, for they did evil to you. Now please, forgive the trespass of the servants of the Elohim of your father.' And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. Then his brothers also went and fell down before his face, and they said, 'Behold, we are your servants.' Joseph said to them, 'Do not be afraid, for am I in the place of Elohim? But as for you, you meant evil against me, but Elohim meant it for good, in order to bring it about as it is this day, to rescue many people alive. Now therefore, do not be afraid. I will provide for you and your little ones.' And he comforted them and spoke kindly to them. And Joseph dwelt in Mitzrayim, he and his father's household, and Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children to the third generation, the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were also brought up on Joseph's knees. And Joseph said to his brethren, 'I am dying, and Elohim will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land to the land of which he swore to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Jacob.' And Joseph took an oath from the children of Israel, saying, 'Elohim will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here.' So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Mitzrayim.